can I help you? Yes, have you got it?
今夜の部屋代について交渉して合意に至れないかと思ってね。
Does that arrangement include you paying me what we already agreed you owe me?
ティムが何かを言おうとしている。
I understand your predicament as the manager. However, I feel I must remind you that we are here to conduct an important investigation that also affects your business.
Forgive me for saying this, but your colleague seems more committed to drinking. I mean no offense. It's really nothing personal. I just have to protect the interests of this establishment.
待てよ、俺はまだ部屋の鍵を
Good
持っ
luck
てるんだ。
trying to use it.
Draconian measures.
なるほど。
All the locks have an electronic component. They have to be unlocked down here with a master key before your guest key will open the lock. Not until you bring me the money.
Okay. I might have something in my motor carriage we can use when you're done here.
Oh, Lieutenant, we're done here.
Task. Goodbye. Oh. やっぱりな、追い出されるよな。
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
I have something here we could sell. Look in the back, in the suspect transport enclosure.
キム。
Enclosure. Regular people just call it the cage. The cage at the back of the motor carriage looks rather uncomfortable. 4 shiny hubcaps are stacked against...
I confiscated these 4 a little while back. We can take them to the pawn shop down by the Martinez Canal. A couple of weeks ago, I stopped a young man for going slower than the speed of traffic. Turns out he was some coalition official's son. Hi. I took them and arrested him for driving under the influence. That they are. I was going to take them into evidence, but they weren't necessary for conviction. He never asked for them back. All right. Let's not take them now. Then, come back once we realize we have to. Have this conversation again.
The cage at the back.
I confiscated these 4 a little while back. We can take them to the pawn shop down by the Martinez Canal. No, that would be silly. I don't know why I kept them. It doesn't matter. I couldn't put them on this MC anyway. A cop with spinners. That would be outrageous.
He flashes a smile, barely visible in the dark.
Don't make your unpaid hostel bill a moral boon, officer. It won't stick.
Shut down. I've nothing to add.
No, that...
He flashes a smile, barely visible.
As I said, they're useless anyway. I should have remembered I have these earlier.
The lieutenant nods as you take the spinners. Hey, so we've been monitoring you internally, and now we know your copper type.
分かった。俺はどういうタイプだ。
Guess.
Superstar.
That is only a ludicrous daydream. Guess again. You're the... No, you're the sorry cop. The cop who's sorriest. Let's make it official then, shall we?
もうそれで決まりにしちゃうの。
Of course you are. It's okay. See if you can get something out of this, like info. Or maybe every time you say you're sorry, you get $1 million. That won't happen.
ありえないな。200リアル。シチリアに持っていこう。おや
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
Yes, we'd like to sell these hubcaps.
Roy takes the hubcaps from the lieutenant and inspects them. The spinners appear iridescent in the dance.
Yes, these are very, very good. Did you defraud some foreign prince for them?
No one was defrauded or jumped, I assure you.
Of course. I meant no offense.
Thank you.
200リアルだ。
Here's the 100 real you need for
や
your
った
bill.
ー。
Do not waste it.
Anything else you're thinking of selling?
今売るもの
Another
が
time,
ない。
perhaps.
他に用意できた。よいしょ。とりあえずここでセーブしとこうか。 れ以上はいけないか。さあ、ありがとうございます。あれ、カルテに持っていくぞ。
Can I help you?
未払いの件
Yes.
だ
Have you
な。
got it?
金は用意できた。
Well,
これだ。迷惑かけて面目ない。
great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered. If you continue to stay here, I just ask that you please pay your nightly bill in advance starting tomorrow. The electronic lock to your room has been disabled till 9 p.m. tomorrow.
明日の21時まで解除される。
Please pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow. 20 real per night.
20リアルか。おお、一泊20リアルなんだ。安い。
Room here too.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Anything else I can do for you? Do I have a shaker in my hand? Is
怒られ
this
ちゃった。
is this a shaker? Am I wearing a little bow tie? Am I smiling? Because I'm not a bartender. I'm
What you want is a goddamn drink. Play it calm. This man needs to understand you need a drink to help the community deal with police stuff.
Well, you're not getting it, asshole.
This is a thoughtful exchange, but can we move on, please?
まあまあ、ここはいずれ。そういうことか。まあいいや、泊まれるし。ここじゃない。
This is the door to the room you redid. decorated.
Just a moment. We should talk about our progress on the investigation. Let's go out to the balcony.
The air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the traffic hum.
Now then, we should talk about the investigation. But I also feel you're a bit hazy on the RCM. Our role here, our rights, our jurisdiction, basically. I have a cigarette every night when I go over my notes. It's something of a ritual.
Oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
You're cold, detective. Again, I only have exactly one every night. You mean this? This isn't cool. It's an unnecessary trial of will and unhealthy.
Yet, were he to quit, he would lose the cool factor. This man relishes his cool quite a bit, below it all.
Yes, it's been a long and eventful day. Well, you were so hungover that you couldn't keep it down when we approached the hanged man, so we didn't even inspect the body. And there's still much to do at the crime scene too. We didn't search it thoroughly enough. As for the interviews, we weren't able to find the union leader, Evrard Claire, much less interview him, so that's on the to-do list for tomorrow. We talked to Joyce Messier, but didn't get any information from her. I have a feeling Joyce knows how dangerous the situation really is. We have to get her to talk to us. Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run a lot.
I have a really good theory about why you're running so fast, son. Just you wait until we get up tomorrow.
It's impressive, especially for a man your age, and in those hills. Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the orange. They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offenses, in accordance with an interdepartmental schedule. The RCM's primary role is to ensure safety. We are not really supposed to play any part in the economic structure of Revachol. Yes, although indirectly, as citizens can always request records from their local station. Officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of leg. We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station closely. It prevents confusion and overcrowding. As you may have gathered from the fact that we are expected to carry a record of our kills, like the one in your watermarks, we are permitted to use whatever force is necessary, and strongly admonished not to abuse that power. You have to supply compelling evidence for why it was necessary to use lethal force. In these cases, your partner is usually your witness. Not a good position to be in, by the way. Internal Affairs handles these cases thoroughly, by cross-examining you for inconsistencies. We don't convict. We arrest and send them to coalition government courts in Courant and La Delta. The prosecution works off our testimonies and records, which is why it's paramount to keep them. Yes, the international community's mission in Revachol, and the moral intern more broadly. The RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone after the revolution. So we did. Now, Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Revachol or the coalition government founded the RCM.
市民だと考え
Be sentimental if you like. Either way, the Moralintern leases us the right to keep the peace in this city, and they will take it away if we misuse it. The Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They have been running this place after the revolution failed. They're a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Real Belt. Our coalition government is just one of its many projects. What do they believe in? They are Dolorians. They believe they continue the humanist project set forth by Her Innocence Dolores Day for Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not. Their motto is love, compassion.
Something even a little feminine. Something like the dark blue, serious color of the early night sky above.
A historic figure? The author of the modern age? You will have...
For you, she is something painful, though it's hard to say why.
The Moralintern are a fact. I try not to have opinions on facts until they change. And... do you? We are in what is called the twilight of international law. The laws we claim to enforce come from the MI. Without them, we are simply vigilantes. Spoken like a revolutionary, not a cop. But hypothetical aside, in Martinez we already are vigilant.
The lights of the orphan red and golden orbs of the motorway sliding like pearls on a string. The dying lights of the city shimmer below. Slowly, like...
They really don't like us here. The Union, the teenagers too. It's different inland. It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the Union, to the company. It's incredibly hard. Human beings are... But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization works, our systems work. Me too. But I wouldn't count on any drastic changes in our lifetimes.
He is very tired, but the dark circles under his eyes make him look younger, not older.
助かったよ、ありがとう。
Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
キム、ありがとう。助かったよ。あなたいなかったら無理だったよ。とりあえずセーブをしておこう。きっと一日が終わる。 キムはどこの部屋に行くの？隣。おお、空き瓶がいっぱいある。この空き瓶の音いいよな。空き瓶がいっぱい。
The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours. The sheets look awful.
まだ休む時間じゃない。
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face, adorned with the expression.
なるほどね。
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, your face.
がすごいなこれ。
You sit on the wind-worn wooden planks of the bench. Your feet ache. The twiddling barely keeps your hands warm against the frigid.
I can't believe it felt like springtime just a few days ago. I'm a nighthawk. What can I say?
Lorry stuck in the trap. The windows are clear. The back end of the cabin has a small perch. The driver has adorned his space with a large metal pendant hangs from the driver has a large metal. The back end of the cabin has a small perch to sleep. Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
君たちは寝ないのか。これ寝た方がいいな。閉まってるんだ。よし、あ、いなくなった。
The fan stands still. The switch must be broken, because nothing happens. The air in the room is starting to feel like vaporized. The switch must be broken. The lights are off again. The switch must be broken, because nothing. The lights are on.
よし、寝よう。
The bed is cold and not particularly inviting.
ベッドに潜り込む。
The sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath your weight as you stretch out and finally close your eyes. And then sleep doesn't. And then sleep doesn't come.
眠りがなぜだ。
Maybe it's the bed's fault. Its synthetic filling has separated into hard lumps. The pillowcase smells oddly. Smells of alcohol and sweat and grease. Its synthetic filling smells of alcohol and sweat, and it barely covers your toes, stretching over your soft belly. This is your body here, intimate and warm, breathing. A bit tense in the muscles. Relax. It's a little better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases still litter your mind. Part of you is still trying to solve the case, isn't it? Something to do with, what was it that the lieutenant said? Union? And it's gone again. Your thoughts lost, your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you, until your eyelids twitch in your sleep, and images. 霧だらけだね。
Do you remember the scent of your childhood? Do you remember your wife's hand on your face? Do you remember the warmth of her thighs, between her legs and in her mouth? You know who I am. I'm the bad day. The one where you ask her, and then later in the streets, wandering. It's the worst day of all time, Harry dear. And it's coming. Reality will turn into a grotesque nightmare. This will be the last thing you did to her. Tell me, do you remember the love of your life? Oh no, Funky baby, you stayed. It was the rest of it that left. Or you just stood there, with one hand on the bottle and the other on your dick. Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. Where the hell are yours? No, it's gone. 3 times gone and never coming back. You failed Elysium. Everything. The pale and the useless. On the surface. You really dropped the ball, Harry. You're not coming back from shit. Thrashing around in that high conductivity state of yours. Bumping into things and acting like a clown. Who are you kidding? You're trying to what? I can't hear you. This is just a word dream now. Jumbled up garbage. The pictures are gone.
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this unnourishing. There's something wrong with your thoughts. Some kind of... Oh yes, party boy. And it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw. Here it comes too. So soon already. Time to go to work in the shit factory.
あ、びっくりした。1時半。全回復した。はい。
Good going, buddy.
なんて答えるのなんだ。
Just a dream. You have ones like that all the time. You feel even worse this morning than you did last night. You mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? It is worrying, isn't it? You can't be a detective like this. That's not really true. Your heart has finally pumped all the speed out of your system, Buster. Time to get some more. You're too weak to say no now. Waking up is the worst part. Maybe somewhere down the line you could decline. Speed is a potent central nervous system stimulant. It kept you propped up all day yesterday, despite your debilitating hangover. It's power, man. It's professionalism. It makes you feel like you're young again and ready to detect. Ready to go to war. Of course, Martinez is Speed Central. You just gotta poke around, follow your nose. You and Speed will be happy again. You will make her come home. This time, it will be different.
奥さんの名前なのかな。かよ。
Looks like we can get to work at once. The Union muscle turned up. They look rowdy. We should talk to them. I completely forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. It's them by the looks of it. Loud and nasty, just like the manager said. One loose thread less to worry about. And one big problem to replace it. I mean ungovernable. Martinez isn't exactly enthusiastic about the RCM being here. They prefer to be policed by the Union. These men who drink beer for breakfast? There's talk of an armed wing of the Union. That would just escalate tensions. No captain would sign off on it. Solving one murder isn't worth a conflict between the RCM and the In fact, even the death of 2 detectives might not warrant an all-out war. So let's...
He's not exaggerating about that mortal danger. Just calmly factoring it in. Your fist...
One more thing before we do. We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk right past them, continue with our business.
Yeah, streetwise. Zoom right past. Do it on your own terms.
They're in no hurry to leave. They think they own the place. Anyway, I leave that choice to you. Whatever...
Just a moment.
She's agitated, judging from the way she keeps pulling at the frayed edge of her blanket.
And there's no public phones nearby?
The closest phone booth is down the coast. Sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am.
It's fine, I understand. Thank you anyway. I'm glad to see you again, dear. Please don't trouble yourself about me, sweetie. I was just hoping to make a call, but the Union office probably has a phone, but I can't really get there. Or to the phone booth down the coast. And Gary's phone is dead too. The manager was vague about it.
Why would he be vague about phone problems? This is something to look into later. Ask...
To let the young woman who's house-sitting for us know that we may be delayed. Morel, my husband, and our friend Gary were supposed to get back by Monday night. But they're still missing, and I haven't heard from them. I was also hoping she'd heard from Morel. That's just it. This isn't like him at all. He always plans his expeditions so carefully.
A cold breeze hisses through dense thickets of reeds. Something sweet in it, somnolent. A damp chill goes down your spine.
But you have more important things to worry about. Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly trained scientist. He and his assistant Gary are studying an extremely rare but they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the water lock to set a few traps.
The water lock, that was broken. Could this be it?
Oh my. What happened to the water lock? Well, whatever the cause, I'm thankful. To both of you. You've spared me another sleepless night.
You're welcome, ma'am.
I hate to ask, but if your investigation takes you to the other side of the coast, please do. And if you see him, let him know Lena is waiting for him here at the Whirling. He gets so tangled up in his work that he may not know the water lock's been repaired. And it's cold out there. Oh, you're such a dear. Thank you, sweetie. Oh dear. I'm not sure where to begin. Well, his expression is slightly grumpy, but his eyes are always bright and curious, like a small boy's. Oh, well, he's a bit shorter than you, but with a larger frame, and he has longish white hair.
The lieutenant pulls out his notebook and begins jotting.
One other thing, he'll likely have all kinds of field gear on him, even if he's not out in the reeds, you know, just in case. We'll be celebrating our 16th anniversary this autumn. Not the most numerically satisfying anniversary, but I like the less obvious milestones. Via dating agency, I'm ashamed to say. I was looking to get back into the scene after recovering from my accident. And we hit it off, and, well, here we are.
She's skipping over some important parts. Perhaps you'll find out more later.
Well, his expression is slightly grumpy, but his eye... I'm sorry, sweetie. I'm afraid I'm not very good at this sort of thing. I hope I've been useful. Oh, yes. A zoologist. A cryptozoologist, to be more precise.
It's a pseudoscience that attempts to legitimize research into mythological beasts and urban legends.
That's one opinion, yes. And
She's used to playing off such insults casually, but they...
My apologies, ma'am. I did not mean to undermine your hobby.
it's not a hobby, dear. It's a subfield of zoology, one specializing in animals. Searching for such species called cryptids is difficult and often thankless. And frankly, many scientists are too lazy to do it. Oh, sweetie, it's fascinating. But I shouldn't bore you with entomological minutiae.
The lieutenant gives you a sideways glance.
Well, it's a phasmid, technically, but where other phasmids imitate sticks or leaves, this one's a living reed. It's hence its name, the Insulindian phasmid. Perhaps you'll end up co-discovering the phasmid with us, officers.
There's a touch of awe in the way she enunciated the creature's name.
I knew it. We're gonna be chasing made-up insects with cryptozoology.
It's not made up, officer. I can assure you. It's simply elusive, so much so that most establishment zoologists doubt it exists at all. Well, some teenagers making out in the reed saw one. They didn't know what it was, of course, but there was a brief article in a local newspaper about...
Interesting. Maybe the phasmid made the teenagers make out.
I doubt it. It's not like teenagers need much encouragement in that regard. Of course, most phasmid sightings turn out to be false alarms, but their description...
Enthusiasm has wiped the worry from her face. Her eyes sparkle behind her glasses.
I suppose I have something of a personal connection to the Insulindian phasmid. Not at all. Why else would it hide itself so carefully? Oh, I doubt it. No one gets into cryptozoology for the money, sweetie. Yes, it can blend in almost perfectly among the reeds. It's... oh dear. I'm afraid I'm not explaining this very well. Morel can explain it all much better. I wish you could hear him describe it. Then you'd understand, I'm sure.
There's really no point in manipulating anyone. She'd be only too pleased to tell you about her work. Go on and ask.
Oh, I'd be delighted. Truth be told, I could really use the...
One cryptid, not a couple. One. This won't turn into some kind of cryptid extravaganza. And I don't. Just one.
Ooh, tough choice there.
Yes. It's the kind green ape. Half war story, half undiscovered species in the genus Homo. Yes, it was reported by soldiers in South Safra during the war. The kind green ape would visit bunkers during the night, healing wounded soldiers with its saliva. Yes, it has amazing healing qualities. Some soldiers reported growing back limbs, regaining their sight. Indeed, there is. It's our closest relative among the cryptids. Which is to say, the kind green ape is a species with which we share a common ancestor, and that evolved parallel to our own. Just like your partners.
Ma'am, you are confusing him.
Please don't misunderstand me, either of you. Human, as it is used in everyday speech, is hardly a taxonomic category, though Saolites do have some distinguishing characteristics. Different advantages, if you will.
Yes, advantages such as the flakier texture of Saolite earwax, or so I've heard. Nothing inspires pride in one species quite like speculative evolutionary biology. Perhaps we've had enough of that for today. Hey, you promised you'd only ask about one cryptid.
He nods approvingly.
Can I help you? Another thing. Great. I love those. Yes, and the phone company is taking its sweet time sending someone to fix it. Losers. It's not strange, it's inconvenient. Who told you that? Fine, yeah. It looked like someone had messed with the wiring. It was shortly after the hanging, but I don't know if it's at all related. Plenty of assholes around here who aren't murderers. If you do find out who cut the line, though, let me know, so I can... Yes?
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod, acknowledging your presence. He looks up at you, then looks away quickly, shrugging and muttering. Shrugging is an international sign for, no, I don't know what's behind that door. He smiles and bangs his ladle against each. Was that? Could it be the Calder Mama Dakwa? No, it's probably just your imagination ringing in your... There seems to be an extremely high-pitched ring. Ultrasonic. Lena said it was very high-pitched, right? It's like something tickles your ear. Honestly, your ear isn't hearing a whole lot. The distant hum of the industrial harbor, the traffic. But, admittedly, there is a high-pitched noise somewhere there too. But then, there it is again. You're about to rediscover a long-lost species. It must be very close. Maybe, just maybe. Keep still. It might perch on your shoulder. What are you doing? You're a police officer, not a pansy ornithologist. The only birds you should be looking for are healthy women.
No, I don't hear the Koldomama Dakwa, and neither do you.
Of course he doesn't. He's deaf. Oh no. The sound. It's... No. Too late. It's gone. There is no ringing any. Keep your ears peeled, then. If the species really has migrated to Martinez, you're sure to hear it again. In the morning light, the white on blue police livery on the motor carriage cannot but catch your eye. Do something important? Something murder-related? There's always something important. Doesn't mean you can't take a moment, even at a standstill. The unibody Caprice Kanema looks sleek and dynamic. The cabin is tilted frontward to give it a... Someone has waxed it recently.
Mm-hmm. You want to take a closer look? yes. An extraordinary machine.
It's nice and all, but why so modest? Put some zing into it. Flare it up. Slam it down.
Sorry, I'm not following you.
Lingo it up.
No, that's porno tuning.
Use bigger words.
Porno. That's short for pornography. That's a negative on the porno. Thank you, though. 130.
I reckon that's a 7-liter V12 there.
You lost me there. The Kinema is fast. Feels right at home on the raised motor track. 100 and...
I reckon that's a 7-liter...
7.2. Supercharged. You mean the coil noise? When variable current passes through wires that make up the coils on the electrical system, and when the frequency of the current in the coils falls within the audible range...
What a binoclard.
I have pretty much maintained my vehicles by myself ever since one was assigned to me. You...
The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign said, your bottles clunk into the machine, and the money appears with a satisfying jingle. You're a richer man now. Do you know what you should do with that money, kiddo? You should... Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and as you tap on the gauge, the indicator pin jerks as if stuck.
No, that's enough fun with the foldable headlights. I know they are mesmerizing. They are also fragile. I'm not going to turn it on for you again.
Yes? Hello? Me? No one. I'm just a working class woman. Looking for something to read. It is. I know you are.
Everyone can see that. The rectangles.
What with?
Help her by carrying things? Maybe she needs a weightlifter. Maybe she needs you to fight her husband. No, that's not it.
My husband? No, he's not. I don't know. At home now? Out drinking with his friends? Working?
Where is this going, officer?
Yes, but... I don't really need to know. No. Why are we still talking about this? I haven't lost...
Kids are always going missing. Weak, pathetic kids. Always getting themselves killed.
No, absolutely not. Are you a policeman or a nanny? They are not missing, sir.
You know where they are. They're at home, smoking, given the ladder of vices.
What? That's just... My daughters are perfectly fine. They're almost grown up now anyway. They're past the age they need me protecting them from everything now. I don't mean to disrespect, sir, but you are being a bit of a cockatoo.
For what it's worth, I agree. But cockatoos can't be stopped when they get like this. It's better to indulge him at this point.
Nothing. Go read up on them if you're so interested.
Maybe you should. What if the cockatoo is your astral captain? Or your heraldic bird?
Wonderful. The store is open.
Her hands move over the book covers. The tips of her fingers look rough, stained with yellow. An array of neurons fire up with joy. Bum her a cigarette, lest it turn to pain.
No, I don't. Why do you think that I smoke? It's not like yours look much better.
She is right. Your hands look even worse than hers, with tiny cuts and gushes covering your skin.
I already told you, I don't have any.
She's lying. She's goddamn lying. She has smokes.
Sorry, officer. Sorry, officer. From the kiosk? There's one near the harbor. It's Frita. You can look it up.
She sighs. The woman before you nods and...
Let me handle this. Detective disorientated. Are you still wondering where you are? This is Martinez, in case you've forgotten. I advise you not to overstay your welcome. No, I am not a gardener. I'm a legal counselor for the Dock Workers Union. So let's get to it. You're looking for Titus Hardy? You think he has information that will help you? Maybe he does. That's Titus. Talk to him, but know this. I'll be keeping an eye on you. No strong arming, nothing official. The District of Martinez does not...
It doesn't matter if you recognize our authority. We will make an arrest. If
She says nothing. Her glare speaks for her.
Like I already told you, I'm a legal counselor. Do you have hearing problems? What you want is of no significance, officer. Don't test your authority. In Martinez, you are no one. What are we going to do to you? The union isn't going to do anything to you. It is not a crime syndicate. It is a labor organization.
Goddamn right it is.
If anything, it is the RCM who do things to people. But we digress. Aggressive? You make your living enforcing violence. These people are just dock work.
So you were spying on us, and now you represent murder suspects.
Listen, you moral intern lackeys. You're a mob, enforcing the unlawful privatization of Revachol.
Fuck yeah.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders. Look, a comedian. Do your job, ask your questions, then get out of Martinez.
Strange. It's as if people don't believe a cop could be a socialist revolutionary. Behind the dock workers, a ceiling height window. The hawthorn branches scrape the glass like bony fingers. There's a little slide panel up there to let some air in. No need to open it in spring. It's still too cold out.
This is where you say your bid.
He and his men carry themselves like giants. You'll need to prove your mettle to be taken seriously.
Detective.
Wow. The RCM sent us some big dick cops.
Real big dick cops. Look at them. Reckless. Swinging in the wind.
Yeah, look at the big dick on that cop. Can't tell a dick that big what to do.
Must be something in the water in Jamrock.
Yeah, gave him real nice big dicks.
Yeah. Anyway.
You might want to start asking your questions now. It's not going to get better than this.
Questions? To hell with that. Get right up in the big dick's face. Physical confrontation. The room is silent. The leader does not flinch. Get further in there. Escalate.
What the fuck is this? You wanna fuck with me?
He hunches forward. His right hand starts tapping a quick little rhythm on his thigh. Tap, tap, tap. This guy's tough. Get the eye twitch going. You need to look scared. What do you think you're doing? You hear, but his mouth isn't moving. It's the tension in his shoulders speak. I can do this all night long. His clenched fists say, their knuckles turning white. I'm young. You're 50,000 years. Do not explain or defend yourself. Attack. No, you're not. You're frail and your nerves are frayed. Old sadness weighs you down. You failed here. A weakness is a weakness, not a strength. Time to speak now. With words.
No, no, no. I's here. You got business with my boys. You got business with me.
Yeah! You fuck with the Hardy boys, you fuck with Titus Hardy!
Relax, Dennis. No one is fucking you yet.
Yeah, Dennis, calm down. No one's fucking you, you stupid fuck.
Let Dennis enjoy his fucking, man. We don't mind.
Yeah, you're not even being fucked, Dennis.
Easy, fellas. We got company. Let's see what brings the cop around.
Too late. You already scanned the room. You got a pretty good picture. Good. You could take another look at the tracks in the yard, on the crime scene. See if they fit this bunch.
So, you're not just here to swing your big dick. You're here for the pretty boy. A real looker, that one. Stinks like shit.
They couldn't get him down, boss. He's still up there, stinking up the place.
Funny. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
Well, maybe you should just fuck off then.
Don't worry. We are resourceful. We'll find a good topic for us to discuss.
Incriminating? Now that's a big boy word. Well, maybe...
Don't worry. We are resourceful. We'll find a...
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here.
Noted. Noted.
8 pairs of boots have shuffled back and forth in the mud. Where else have we seen a gang of men in work boots? That's right. The Hardy Boys in the mess hall of Welling in Rags. One, standard work boot. Steel reinforced toes. Number 46. Just like Titus was wearing in his booth. This is the big dick. Titus Hardy. The one with the bald cap on his head. Is it? They didn't even bother to change boots. Putting them on the scene is easy. Maybe even too easy. 2. Standard work boot. Steel reinforced toes. Number 44. Either the blonde muscular guy, Glenn, or the young guy with a plectrum around his neck. Three, hobnailed work boot, steel reinforced toes, number 43. The inked banger, perhaps. 4, standard work boot, number 45 or 46. Theo, the old smoker. You think you even see a tiny fleck of cigarette ash inside the print. 5, another standard work boot. Reinforced toes. Number 44. Same as before. Either the musician, Eugene, or the 6. Light as air. Same make of boot. But number 41. Small like a rat. Shanky. Better late than never, detective. The whole world is dark and the tracks burn in it with strange beauty. 7. The glowing outline of a standard work boot, number 46. The imprints are twice as deep as the others. The weight exceeds 200 kilograms. 8. Another standard work boot, number 44. There's an aberration in the pattern of the sole. The right sole is smoother, more worn. Curious.
7 sets of tracks, right? The Hardy Boys were here. That's all? Interesting. Then one of them seems to be missing. Anything else out of the ordinary? A week, maybe? 7 days would fit the time frame provided to us by the caller, who...
It is not impossible.
I pulled last week's forecast for coastal Revachol. 7 days below freezing. The day before, the day of his hanging, was the last warm day.
Correct again. Sub-zero temperatures would preserve the tracks in a good state. The commotion here could have taken place a week ago.
$200. This could be the combined weight of 2 people, one carrying the other who's tied up. Let's say a heavily built worker carrying a similarly built armored man. Maybe it was a fat Hardy Boy, the one sitting in the middle.
He might be right. 200 kilograms of living weight is unlikely.
Possibly, yes. Interesting. Let's name it the Old Soul. I wouldn't be surprised if this was the missing Hardy Boy. Wonder who he is. Someone operating a workbench with a pedal? Like a joiner at the harbor. Or maybe a drummer?
Drummer?
No, it's not. Forget I said it. We are not looking for a drummer. Perhaps it could be a driver. A driver would wear out the right shoe before the left. The accelerator is on the right. We should keep our eyes open around the traffic jam. See whether anyone strikes out as a potential suspect. Seems prudent, no? Mm-hmm. I'm guessing that's the skinny Hardy boy. The one with his front teeth missing. Yes, well, he did look a bit like a rat, you're right. Do you think those prints belong to him? I could still be wrong, but I'm probably not. I'm guessing that's the skinny Hardy. Maybe you're right and it's someone else, although I doubt it. What do I think? A mob of people brought something heavy to the tree. One of them was carrying the victim. Then, after hoisting him up, they stood in a semicircle facing his direction. At first glance, this appears to be a lynching.
Indeed. They all stood in a row here and looked at the tree.
So far, so good. Only one thing missing.
Of course, there were 8 tracks, but there are only 7 Hardy Boys.
Mm-hmm. Which one is missing, do you think? I'm going to say it was our odd soul. Yes, I doubt the Hardys are going to tell us who this person is. For now, it's best if we just keep our eyes open. I'm sure our investigation will eventually lead us to the odd soul.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell. Emitting it is all it does now. You crack open the ammonia ampoule and breathe in. The odor of death is still stronger. It's a spell of the mind telling you to run, and your stomach to wring itself empty. With your eyes squinting, you stand in it. The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and enamel boots. His skin is greenish, marbled with decaying veins and blotched by lividity. A fading web of tattoos covers his chest. The material appears to be ceramic. Its clean white stands in stark contrast to the decaying flesh above the knee. The man wore thick polymer socks, probably for padding. A fine array of interlocking plates, delicate and fragile. They feel alien to the world around you, out of place somehow. These are clearly not boots. They're armor, possibly part of a larger set.
Indeed. Technically speaking, these are sabatons, not boots. Ceramic plate. Zirconium dioxide, most likely. This is where the make would be. Under the heel. Fair weather. Fair weather model T500 VE. I'm guessing that's vitreous enamel. This is advanced stuff.
A small bell-like sound fills the air, like tapping on the side of a porcelain cup. Suddenly, your biceps coil up. Your elbow is sharp and cocked for a punch. Your fist connects to the boot with the same ding. The sound does not appear to get louder. The only difference is a barely audible click underneath. Sounds like the end of a long dice roll.
Did you hear that? A click? This is a kinetic redistributor. It spreads the incoming energy horizontally, from plate to plate. When the plates connect, there's a click. That's...
Faint, organic lines cover the plates, where they separate into smaller ones. These plates then divide into smaller plates, until there are hundreds of them. The stench fills your nostrils. As you push downward, an ominous creaking sound comes from above.
Stop!
Pig's gonna pull his head off.
Brutal! What's wrong with you, asshole? Where's he letting Goku know?
I don't know, baby. I don't know why he's such a...
Officer, if I may ask, what were you trying to achieve by putting on the deceased foot? That's for us to find out. My initial report on the area suggests he was a security guard for the harbor company, but that's just hearsay. Just something I scraped together from my station. An area report on Martinez. I'm sure you did the same. The equipment is way beyond what a guard can afford. It is. It's expensive. We've requested similar material for our tactical units for years now. The constabularies deemed it too costly. For a full set, about 4 years of wages. As a wage, it's regrettably small. But for a piece of hardware, yes, that's a lot. Piece by piece, he's been out here for 7 days. It would be odd if they didn't. We should keep a lookout for these species. The armor could yield information. This is one thing he might actually know.
If you wear those pieces, it will help me protect your mortal coil. Yes, bullets will fly. They always do. And the coil is fleshy and mush and permeable.
No, I think he had something precious underneath the clothes. They had to remove the jeans and shirt we found to get to it. And this kind of armor is often worn under fabrics. They usually hang them completely naked for that. La puta madre, the Mazda, the Besmerties and the like. This one still has his underpants.
Fucking talking about underpants.
The cadaver slowly twists on the hangman's knot is pulled tight by the weight of the corpse below. Yellow, hard-edged polyester cuts into his neck. Above, a sliding buckle ties the belt to the branch. Oh my, there's something on the belt. A familiar word that speaks to the thirst within you. Vermilion, in yellow letters, along the length of the twisting cargo belt. Only a deep longing for vermilion golden spirits lets you decipher the fading logo of the local brewery.
No, you should not get a drink. You should perform an initial inspection of the victim's corpse. We are on the raw part. Industrial strength. The kind used for tying cargo to lorries. Yes, it looks like they use whatever was on hand, paying no attention to not incriminating themselves. I'm still approaching this as a lynching, yes. Motivated by the ongoing strike. You? Yes, it often is. This bed worries me. It's not merely polyester, it's steel reinforced. See these lines? This is where the wires run. This makes getting him down much more problematic than I had assumed. A noose is one of those things that's easier to use one way around. That ladder can't carry a grown man. I didn't see any splintering either, did you? I think they lassoed the branch, then pulled on the belt to close the buckle. I'm still approaching this as a lynching, yes. 70% of the cases I get are just filling in the blanks on the initial report. This belt worries me. I'm still approaching this. We all are. This belt worries me.
The cadaver hangs from the cargo belt. An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso, from the right shoulder to the solar plexus. Each time they intersect, a small white...
A map of the stars. I do see some similarity to astronomical charts. Great Century Messinian, maybe.
As if someone left out most of the night sky, filtering it through personal choice. The principle of this filter remains unknown to you. The thought dissipates, and
so am I.
He wears a wide leather belt around his waist and a gun holster under his arm. He takes a thin piece of milled aluminium from his coat pocket and pulls it open. Sounds like a sword being unsheathed. A small lens appears, some sort of camera.
A Trigat Sunshine. Mini.
Shit, Kuno! What the fuck is that?
An instant color camera. I have only 2 ampoules, so nobody move. I don't want to waste one.
A sound, a shrill flash, followed by the breaking of a small ampoule of glass. You see streams of color pour onto the thick, glossy piece of paper, rolling out.
In case we need it. Yes, it is pretty cool, isn't it?
There is only one ampoule left. Use it wisely.
It contains insight to the victim's person. By his build, I'd say this was a man of physical violence. The story he wanted his body to tell was important to him. It is his letter. To us. Someone should decipher it. We'll need to show it around. Sure. Just don't lose it.
The glossy-eyed corpse looks by, his mouth mute and his skin as colorful as the chemical rainbow on the His eyes are milky white and blind to the world, protruding comically from their sockets. Dark brown hair grows on his head. His face is ready to explode from the organic processes inside. The death's head grin has passed. What remains is an unrecognizable mess.
I'm gone.
Okay.
Into the wild pale yonder. In the past, way out in the west. I'm a joke. Look at me. A killer. A motherfucker. And a killer.
Takes one to know one.
Go ahead, Coppo. I'm a joke. There is nothing funny about jokes. A killer.
Takes one.
Go ahead, Coppo. What do you mean? It's the power of your imagination. Go ahead. Ask me more questions. What do you... Ask me more questions. You fucking... Because you're a copperoonie. Look at all of them go. Do you want more questions? Coming right up. Copperoonie, Rooney. This is getting upbeat now. Fuck no. You're no Rooney. No, you don't. Between you and me, your name is probably Harry. Fuck no. Between you and me, your name is probably Harry. You might be onto something there. Fuck no. You're no Rooney. Between you and me, you can be anything you want, brother Coppo. Fuck no. Between you and me, good for you. Because you have. Love did me in, brother Coppo. It was love all along. Sure, Lobo. I can ask you a question. Why are you doing this? Looking at my face, motionless. Looking into my eyes. Standing here. Why are you investigating my murder? I am all you have. Then you truly lost it all, brother. Let the world drag it all away from you. And what it left, you pissed away. And here we are. Sure, looking at my face, motionless.
Something is on its way. Something hidden. It's coming. A miracle from the northwest, and it's almost here. You can feel it in the air, on your hands. The cold spring air.
Do I remind you of someone? No, not quite. Be fair now. There you go. Look at that bright kid. We're birds of a feather, you and I. Soon you will be just like me. Just keep drinking and having a good time.
Feeling nausea, vomiting, tenderness or pain around the liver area, tiny red lines on the skin above waist level, more like days, Coppo. The clock is ticking. Your liver tells...
Do I remind you of someone? You sure wriggled out of that one, Coppellini? Do I remind you of... Sure I do. You just don't want to admit it. Come back later, Coppo. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento mori features. If possible, also, see me in your dreams. Of course. You have questions, don't you? The power of your imagination is at your service. What do you mean? Ask me more questions. I'm a joke. A killer.
Takes one to know one.
Go ahead, Coppo. Because you're a... Here you go, you into the wild... In the past. Way out in the west. Into the... In the past. I'm a joke. Look at me. A killer.
Takes one to...
Go ahead, Coppo. Because you're a... Your lost Coppo Dopo would have been so... Because you're a... Coming right up, Coppo Rooney. This is getting upbeat now. Love did me in, Brother Coppo. It was love. Come back later, Coppo. Of course. You have questions. Come back later, Coppo. Amuse yourself with...
Are you sure we finished the preliminary examination of the cadaver? We might miss some of these things once it's done.
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt, his torso covered in tattoos, and extremities blotched pink and blue. As you narrow your eyes, the monster before you blurs into a violent mess of green and pink. Only the lower extremities are pink with a dash of blue. His fatted hands, thighs, and his neck, just above the noose. The rest of the corpse appears...
How should I know why you are squinting, officer? Oh. You are trying to assess lividity.
The monster comes back into focus, an explosion of color, coursing with dark marbled veins. His stomach appears pregnant with...
So, what do you think? I do. Most of them are post-mortem. Maybe even all of them. The delinquents have made our jobs harder with...
Stop talking in riddles, coin sloth.
It means you fucked him up good, Kuno. Fucked him up brutal-like.
A pool of blood and feces has eaten into the frozen mud below the man's feet. Purge liquid is dripping into it.
The victim appears to have contained no more than half a kilogram of digestion at the time of...
The fuck he's saying?
Talking about shit.
Did we? I don't feel lucky.
A pool of blood and feces.
The victim appears...
The fuck he...
Talking about shit.
Malicious laughter erupts in the yard. Sounds like seagulls.
Big said he's a...
The lieutenant's face is made of stone. A pool of blood.
The victim appears...
The fuck...
Talking about shit.
Maybe. I agree. Totally dead. Dabba-doob-doob dead. I agree. Totally dead. Absolutely. I agree. Totally dead. No siree. I agree. Totally dead. He's I think he was upright immediately after death. Blood has gathered in his hands and feet, and his neck. The noose acted like a tourniquet, keeping the blood in his head. The hypostasis here is in tune with the hanging. That's what I think. There's always a chance. We should check for ligament marks on his neck to see if they're in tune with the belt. We'll have to get him down first. I think he was The noose acted like a tourniquet. Yes, there's always a chance we are wrong. We should check for ligament marks on his neck to see if they're in tune with the belt. We'll have to get him down first. I think he was The noose acted like a tourniquet. Everything here seems to corroborate that assumption. But we should still get him down before signing.
But there is no breath to catch. Only the cadaver filling the air and your nostrils. He slowly rotates before you, decomposing.
The steel-reinforced belt presents a unique challenge. I brought chain cutters, but I don't see a good angle of approach to the belt. The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up. Neither one of us can reach the belt without assistance. And even if we do, there's the question of cutting it.
There's no question. There's only cutting. How hard can it be?
Someone else? You mean like the police? Someone already did. You know who came? We did. Because we have made bad life decisions. I know it's hard, but I assure you, the others won't come to help us. Someone else? You mean like someone like a paid garbage man? Or a cleaning crew? I have bad news. I know it's hard, but Someone else? Sadly, yes. The whole RCM is out there right now, doing the exact same thing we are. I know it's hard, but I assure you, the others won't come. I don't doubt your physical prowess, officer, but that's aircraft-strength material, and we do not have a secure platform to perform the procedure. The risk of acrobatic failure is one we cannot take. We must not become...
The fuck have you got against comedy pigs?
Climb up there and saw the branch? There has to be a less risky way, with less falling down of trees. We are not getting him down already. Not getting him down is a task that's already accomplished. Sadly, it's not our job to keep him up there, but to get him down.
Just pull his rotten head off. The meat's cooked anyway. Give the boot another yank, and it's done.
It's tempting, but decapitating him will make it impossible to ascertain whether he was really hung. The damage to the neck would make coronary work pointless. I was really hoping we wouldn't. The Union appeared to be suspect in this case. It seems like a dangerous route to go down.
Confirmed. It's unsafe. But what other options? The corpse twists on the belt, like chicken on a skewer.
Yes, we do.
Yeah! Bang bang time, pig! Shoot his head off!
How? It absolutely will not, officer. That's not how physics work. It will maybe...
Yeah, now we're talking.
They'll miss! The pigs will miss, Kuno!
I'll blow his head off.
Take it! Take the...
Yeah, take...
Silence. With his elbow sharp, the lieutenant and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 tucks, securing it in place. He then steps back and assumes the fellow's desk position, taking aim. The corner of his eye twitches. His finger is on the trigger.
He's gonna fucking miss!
The kid's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoes off the walls of the surrounding tenements. A cloud of smoke slowly parts in the air.
God damn it.
The fellow's desk was the wrong choice. His shoulders were raised, but above all, oh my god, that was so many types of wrong. Who taught Four Eyes to shoot? Whip up a group.
Fucking idiot! Look about us!
Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno's not fucking handicapped, is he? Kuno's sorry too. Kuno feels sorry for the Beano.
The lieutenant doesn't say a word, just looks at the gun in his hand.
I think you have your sports mixed up there, officer. Squaring my shoulders has not...
Bitches fighting.
No, we are lucky as it is. We didn't break anything, and the victim remains uncompromised. Any more mistakes could put us in an unfortunate position with the locals. We have eyes on us. I didn't do us any favors with that. I have to say, it's beginning to look unlikely we can get him done.
You know, you don't feel like too bad of a shot yourself. Take his gun and show him how to use it.
It's bad as it is. Us shooting firearms like punks. Go ahead. I'm not stopping you. Just don't lose it.
They only have one!
This is the sorriest pair of pigs.
Yeah, take it, you fucking banana boyka! Take it and shoot yourself in the mouth!
The cold piece of bakelite and gunmetal is surprisingly light. Your fingers fit right through the guard. Instinctively, you've held this, an A9 armistice, before. At some point, it
The fuck are you waiting for, Kuno? Tell him to shoot himself in the mouth!
Kuno is silent. Aggression gathers in the air. The trigger feels delicate and the buckle comes into focus in your sights. You stand with your feet planted firmly in the ground and your left hand supporting your gun arm.
Why don't you just shoot yourself in your mouth? At least you won't miss. Or what? You gonna fuck me? You wanna fuck me, pig? Is that what this is? Or what? You gonna fuck me? You wanna fuck me, pig? Is that what this... Do it! Set me free!
Don't.
Do it!
チェック成功。
The sound of the explosion from your gun echoes all over Martinez. The bullet found its way to the heart of a kid.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 heavy worker. Isn't this something an industrial worker would wear?
Noted.
8 pairs of boots have shuffled back and forth in the mud. 1. Standard work boot. Steel. 2. Standard work boot. 3. Hobnailed. 4. Standard work. 5. Another 6. Light. Better late than never, detective. 7. The glowing outline. 8. Another standard work boot.
7 sets of tracks. That's all? Interesting. Then one of them seems to be missing. I'm guessing that's the skinny Hardy boy. Yes, well, he did look... I could still be wrong. I'm guessing that's the maybe you're 200.
He might be right. 200 kilograms of living weight.
Possibly, yes. 200.
He might be right.
Maybe it wasn't. It could have been, but if it wasn't... The fat guy from the mess hall isn't that obese. He's more like a farm boy. Definitely not 250 kilograms on his arm. You have to admit, he's the best fit. Possibly, yes. Interesting. Let someone operating a workbench with a drummer only uses their right foot for the kick drum. You're right, it's stupid. Perhaps it could be a driver. A driver would wear out their right shoe before the...
He doesn't seem to hear you. Looking south, toward the traffic jam.
We should keep our eyes open around the traffic jam. See whether anyone strikes. You're right. Let's keep a low profile. 200?
He might be right. 200 kilograms of living weight.
I do. The fat guy. I think I heard them call him Angus. Interesting. Someone operating a workbench? No, it's not. Perhaps it could be a driver. A driver?
He doesn't seem to hear you.
We should keep our eyes open.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Someone operating a workbench? No, it's not. Perhaps it could be a... We should keep our eyes open around the traffic jam.
Mm-hmm.
A week, maybe?
It is not.
I pulled last week.
Correct again. Sub-zero temperatures would preserve the tracks in a good state. The commotion here could have taken place a week.
What do I think? Then, after hoisting him up, they stood in a sink.
Indeed.
So far, so...
Of course, there were 8 tracks, but there are only 7 hard...
Mm-hmm. Which one is missing, do you... Yes. I doubt the Hardys are going to tell us who this person... What do I... Then, after...
Indeed.
So far, so...
Of course, there were 8 tracks.
There's 1 pair missing from the Union box. The 8th pair. I'm going to say it was our old soul. Yes. I doubt the Hardys are going to tell us who this person is.
Kuno's got this.
Oh yeah, Nappa Gumpy, Kuno! Right in the dick, Kuno! Get him right in the dick!
Love it in the dick.
The boy is sweating profusely. His eyes are like 2 black holes and his jaw is twitching as if trying to break free from the empire of his body.
Fuck that! Kuno, yeah!
Shits himself.
The rake, Kuno! You should throw the rake at...
The fuck? Does Kuno know what a rake is? Kuno...
Goddamn right he's not a gardener. He's an athlete. Every rock connects, making the battered corpse look just a little bit worse for wear.
What? You wanna fuck Kuno now? That's it. That's all you've got. Who's the man?
What was that?
Nothing, see, nothing. The fuck are you talking?
He's calling us Kuno.
Alright, entertain the Kuno. Show me what
The kid moves his hands like a basketball player dribbling fast.
You found Kuno's secret door to Kuno's secret shack. It was closed for 5,000 years. How the fuck did you get in? And then what? You fucking there? You...
He's trying to fuck at you again, Kuno.
Is it? You got pretty fucked. Kuno's surprised you've still got your head after all that. Whatever, piggy. It's a vitamin, pig. Don't you know anything? Yeah, it's the Mac. You fucking need that shit to...
Oh, don't teach him, Kuno. He's gonna use it against you, Kuno.
You're not getting this, pig. It complete...
Fuck you, pig. Don't do mag. You're gonna OD and you're gonna fucking die.
That's where Kuno gets his daily...
Bet you'd like to ride the lightning too, wouldn't you? You feel tired and old.
Oh, that? Kuno decapitates pigs. That's just a Kuno demo tape. Yeah, to the both of you, what's your...
He is incredibly pleased with himself right now.
Course you fucking can. How do you think Kuno made all the docky boys his gimps? Just got a flight. Kuno knows. Kuno and C saw you shit yourself.
That's all there is to it then. Don't be a pansy. Just jump.
Good call, Pigmeister. Don't come and talk to Kuno about his kingdom. Right, Pig. This is where Kuno plays with his little wooden choo-choo. What do you want with it? No, it's not fucking Kuno's. It's...
He thinks you're fucking for Kuno.
Get the fuck out of here, pig. Dunno. Kipta's gardener used to work there. Look it up in the library. Kuno's not a fucking dictionary. Fucking small brain. Kuno means the gardener, alright? The fuck does this have to do with the Kuno?
You were expecting relaying this information to him to be more rewarding, right? Telling him you found out she isn't a gardener. You know what you should do if you want to get rewarded? Drugs. Or alcohol. Seems kinda boring now, going back to... What was this about?
Yeah, Kuno doesn't know shit about that. That shit is beneath Kuno. Listen, listen! Kuno doesn't care about this small time. Kuno could hook you up with some sweet rags.
You'd have to be blind not to notice the giant white letters F-A-L-N running down his trouser leg.
Look, Kuno ain't seen shit lying around, except for that up there. Now you want performance gear or knock it?
The lieutenant remains silent, but his expression couldn't say, "I told you so," any louder.
Whatever. Kuno was trying to help you, but you're too fat for fouling anyway, pig. Fuck! A mug in the trash. Is this about the fucking clothes again? Yeah, Kuno sees where this is going.
I can't hear you, Kuno.
Shit, that's tense. Someone's going to the beat-down basement, huh?
The kid may have something there. He's already come up.
Kuno doesn't know who put that shit in there. And if he did, he wouldn't squeal.
Stop turning into a pig, Kuno.
Yeah, get your bacon shit away. Kuno doesn't like to be seen with the popo. Get your shit done and out of Kuno. Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. Shitload, pig.
Don't tell the pig shit. Pig's choking. He's totally choking. Fucking idiot Mulkapa. Doesn't know any question.
Yeah? The kingdom of Kuno? The fuck do you want with... Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. Kuno's Kuno.
Kuno. Primal. Violent.
Yeah? Kuno's in a fucking gang. In a bang gang.
Watch out, Kuno! He's trying to fiddle you! He's gonna put his hands on you! Help! Pig's got Kuno!
Help! He's got the Kuno, help! Help! He's digging his dick out!
Escalate, Kuno!
Pig's in here, Kuno! Somebody...
Look at his shit-eating grin. He knows there's nothing you can do to him. He's bullying you, and you are helpless. Kill him. Kill him now. He won't see death coming. Thump. The blow connects surprisingly well, leaving your knuckles tingling. Kuno feels it. This was no light tap.
What?
You are, officer. Get yourself together.
Okay, pig. Kuno knows to respect that violent shit. You should see Kuno's dad. Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit about anything.
The creature behind the fence has fallen ominously silent. Only her eyes are alive, jumping from actor to actor.
Okay, pig. Talk to Kuno. We're back in this shit. The fuck do you want? You're dreaming, pig. That's not how this shit works.
A little. But don't expect anything to...
Don't let him dominate you, Kuno. Fuck his fat ass.
Yeah? The kingdom of Kuno? The fuck? A mug in the trash. Yeah, Kuno sees where this is going. Kuno's...
I can't hear you, Kuno.
Shit, that's tense. Someone's going to the beatdown base.
The kid may have something there.
Kuno doesn't know.
Stop turning in...
Yeah? Get your bacon shit away. Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give... Shitload, pig. What's your question?
Don't tell the pig shit, Kuno. Pig's choking. He's totally joking. Fucking idiot Mulkapa. Doesn't know any questions.
The fuck do you want with it? Oh, that? Kuno decapitates pigs. Yeah, Kuno plays on snuff radio, fucks pigs, live, fucks their heads off. Kuno, it's a vitamin pig. Okay, whatever. You fucking need that shit to...
Oh, don't teach him, Kuno. He's gonna use...
You're not getting this, pig. It can...
Fuck you, pig. Don't be mad. You're gonna OD.
Good call, Pigmeister. Don't come and talk to Kuno about his kingdom. Kuno doesn't fucking care.
Hear that? Magnesium. That's what you're lacking. The magnesium levels in your blood are dangerously low. It's about the low magnesium levels and not the high alcohol levels. Yes, and it's critical. Look at yourself. You're practically devolving into a fish due to the lack of You need to get so magged up. You've probably had 2 heart attacks and a minor stroke already. And the only prescription is 1 stroke? Don't be so modest. He's having one right now. Yes, if you want to live, you need to evolve. You need to transcend the carbon barrier. Go to the apothecary. Just remember, it's not the alcohol, and it's certainly not the dextro nor smoking for 40 years. It's the lack of magnesium.
음, 자꾸 세상으로 달아야
There he still is, looking right through you, with his white eyes. The body below.
Active decay. It's okay to throw up, officer. No one is...
He's about to blow! Cop's gonna blow, Kuno!
The ammonia only makes it worse. The combination forces tears out of your ducts. You managed to keep it in once. The second time, not so much. When the vomiting is done, your cheeks are wet with tears.
Nor does the wind right now. I've seen strong men turn themselves inside out for hours.
What is happening to you? Are you going to cry now, son?
I've seen captains puke their guts out. It never gets easier. Then drive to the station. Maybe throw up on the way there, if you didn't bag the thing tight enough. Monday, make sure you bring an appropriate attitude. You need to get your shit together. No, it's not, officer. We should go talk to the locals. Find something else to do while the wind changes. It's pretty bad right now.
You've gained a thought. When this dialogue is over, go to your thought cabinet and internalize it for special bonuses and effects.
Give it half an hour. Get yourself together. Then come back and have another go.
成功したり成功しなかったり。
Hello, compatriote. You have something to discuss?
To the left of some croissants and juice box.
Is this about the questions again? Because I don't really... A warehouse? I don't know. Maybe. I don't really care what for it does.
She looks up from under her brow.
Fine. For it doesn't have a warehouse. Just a little back room here. Okay? A warehouse?
She scrunches up her face into an expression.
Fine. For it doesn't have a warehouse. Just a little back room here.
She looks up from her magazine.
Yes. What we have is there. In the medicine cabinet. Go take a look yourself. I don't really know anything. I mean, I know it's... Uh-huh.
A colourful display.
Again, I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health. Huh? Speed. Like, speed. No.
Of course not. Frit is an establishment that acts within the law. Is that all?
What's the point if they don't even sell the good drugs?
No. district only sells legal drugs, like the law says. Here you go, mister.
Yes.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that.
Can I help you? Another thing. Great. I love those. Oh yes, that door, sure. There's nothing mysterious. No, I don't have a key. I don't know how to get there. I don't... Or some boring storage space with a bunch of old junk and dust. Junk and...
He's attempting to maintain an air of indifference. It's absolutely not.
Fine, okay, a little. But my job does... So, I haven't opened it. I have cleaned the whole place 100 times over, though. After the animals. Yes?
The door is closed. Still nothing. The lieutenant gives you. You should punch a fucking hole in it. You slam your fist into the vinyl. It does not produce a hole. The door sits sturdily in the frame, and you're not to mention, great.
Stop that.
Still, the lieutenant gives. You should punch a fuck.
Hey, what is your problem?
That felt good. Everyone is a whore. You slam your fist into the vinyl. It does not produce. Not to mention.
Stop that.
The sight of bullet holes stirs something in you, making you forget the lieutenant's surname. The faded marks are too degraded to draw any forensic conclusion.
Where? There? Those are old. Yes, the one that happened half a century ago. Those bullets were fired. Not much. I don't have a fresh perspective on it. Shall we go?
Trying to sneak up on me? Come to slit my throat in my sleep?
Apparently, she doesn't like people stabbing.
Pigs come to take me out, trying to snuff me out.
If anything, you're afraid she'll take you out one day.
Then why are you sneaking up on me like that? It's not a good idea. Trying to sneak up on me again! Trying to sneak up on me again! Trying to snuff...
The bed is still cold from the broken window, and not too inviting. But it's yours.
Yes?
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a die? Excellent. That will be 10 real for one set of magnetic dice. This was an especially fun set to make.
Dazzling. It's like you have a pair of tiny disco balls in your hand.
I'm sorry. I'm a bit overloaded just now, so I can only produce one die per customer. Nothing really.
The lieutenant looks at his notebook. Then
your window looks directly onto the court.
I'm sorry, detective, but as you know, I usually have my headphones on when I'm working. It shuts out most of the daily ruckus behind my window. Well, there's always something going on in the Whirling's backyard. During daytime, there are usually those kids. And lately, but I never saw anyone during that fateful Sunday night. It's an odd profession, making dice for people. But I might have. But in this case, all I would have seen is my... It's really hard to make anything out in the yard when it's dark outside. Besides, it's an odd profession, making dice for people.
she nods.
Anything else, officer? I'm listening. It wasn't merely a gym, it was Artemitep's boxing club. A community project created to steer... Kuno. Who's Kuno? Oh yes, you mean the kid with the sailor's mouth. Yeah, I think it would take more than a gym to help that kid. It didn't. If anything, it made the youth situation...
You should have known it.
Eventually, the coalition took away the funding and the club went bankrupt. This was a few years ago. It's got... You mean Mr. Fabron, the taxidermist?
But what drugs exactly?
He got high on some weird taxidermy chemical.
Even you can probably do better than that.
I'm pretty sure it still doesn't work, but sure, what do you want to know? The one with an empty name card. It's the last one in the list. As I said, it's quite useless right now. It doesn't work. Sure, I'm listening. Good. I hope it clarified things a bit. What else?
The barbell waits patiently on the floor, like a dog for its master. There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell.
What do you see? What do I think? A mob of people. Then, after hoisting him...
Indeed.
So far, so good. Only one thing missing.
Of course, there were 8 tracks, but there are only...
Mm-hmm. Yes. I doubt the Hardys are going to tell us who did...
There he still is, looking right through you with his...
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here. Incriminating. Now that's a big boy word. Well, maybe you should just fuck off then.
What are you doing, officer? We had enough questions to keep this going.
You should have kept pushing if you had something.
What are you talking about, madman? There's no 8th Hardy Boy, there's 7 of us and we're all here. Or what? You want to be the 8th Hardy Boy? We ain't hiring.
Actually, boss, we've been talking and we think she could maybe...
She? So there's an 8th Hardy, and it's a Hardy girl? Who might it be? Elizabeth? The gardener?
Shut the fuck up, Glenn! I do the talking here. Now what the fuck do you want, cop?
So let me get this straight. There is an 8th Hardy Boy. It's a she, and you don't like us talking about her?
That's right. We're not talking about this. This is a private Hardy Boys matter. Nothing to do with your shit. And you're not cops here. Don't go digging around if you don't want a bullet in the back of your head. I'm watching you.
Good. We are all watching each other. Officer, your question.
Incriminating. Now that's a big boy word. You mean these boots? We all got a pair. We wore them the night we took the pretty boy out back and hung him by the neck.
As he speaks, his fists contract, going through the pulling motion again.
Yeah. We did this. Together. All of us. Until he was dead. That's why our prints are all over the scene. Goddamn right.
No. These 7 honest men have equally come forth. They told you what happened, so that you don't waste any more of your time.
違う。エリザベスが口を挟む。かけずにここに来た。
How many people have you sent to the Shays? Ever felt remorse for them?
Or send them to Reunion to rot. For 20 years. For life. Oh, so you are just a simple, well-meaning man, eh? Ever been in solitary? Prison is...
So is hanging a man, slowly, without breaking his neck.
How many people have...
Or send them to Reunion to rot.
Rest assured, lawman. None worse than our guy. He got what was coming to him. How many people...
Or send them to Reunion to rot. For 20 years.
But you see, a lawman, is something people agree upon. And here in Martinez, we agreed that this man had to die. How many people...
Or send them to Reunion to rot. For 20 years.
Doesn't remember them. He just forgets. Are you hearing this, Titus?
Ain't no use keeping a stiff catalog in your head. That's for sure.
Are you deaf? There will be no singling anyone out. You can't arrest a Hardy Boy without arresting all Hardy Boys. Do you think you could do that? Do you think you could arrest them all? That's for the courts in Le Jardin to decide. Not for the officer making an arrest, which we all know you won't. What you can do right now is go back to your station and write a report.
No. We'll stay here and discuss what happened that night.
Are you deaf? Do you think you could do that? Do you think...
Who do you fucking think does?
It wasn't a question, dickwad. How fucking stupid are you?
This asshole is worse than... Titus runs the Hardy Boy.
I think you got your answer, Mr. Law.
Yes, there are some administrative differences. But on that night, they all acted as one man.
一人の人間として。
Are you deaf? Do you think you could do that? Do you think...
Who do you fucking think does?
That's right, asshole. Titus Hardy runs the Hardy Boys.
I think you got your answer, Mr.
No, you did not get an answer. Titus does administrate... Are you deaf? Do you think you could do...
Who do you fucking think does?
The sweaty man turns red and looks first down, then around him.
It's not the fat ass. Titus runs the Hardy...
I think you got...
Yes, there are... Are you deaf? Do you think you could do that? Do you think you could arrest...
Who do you fucking think does?
Theo's a great guy. A great guy, but come on.
I think you...
Yes, there are... Are you deaf? Do you think you could do that?
Who do you fucking think does?
Titus, no one was thinking...
No. 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 Fuck no! The big dick is right here, asshole. You're looking at it. Right.
Disregard the outburst, officer. None of the boys have any comments on their power relations. That night, they acted as one. That's all. You don't have to keep answering his questions.
I know, Lizzie. Relax. We killed him last Sunday night. Seemed like a good way to end the week.
Known him? We don't associate with scum like that, asshole.
Yeah! Who do you...
Quiet. He came around about 3 weeks ago when that Pines cow first sailed into town. Happy?
By the Pines cow, you mean Joyce Messier? The representative for White Pines? The same company you're striking against?
No. I mean the Pines cow. The stupid-ass cow they sent in to fuck us over. But you know what? Why don't you ask her about the pretty boy? I'm sure she has interesting things to say when you ask her hard enough.
That's enough insinuation for today, Titus. You don't have to keep answering.
I know, Lizzie. Relax. Why not? Yap my ear off. I got nothing to hide. Why? 'Cause he was worthless mercenary scum. And he stepped out alive in my town. And he stepped out of line.
What kind of mercenary?
The kind that shows up when you start a strike. The experienced kind, too. Had Cohoy and Semenine written all over him. Ex-Oranese Special Forces.
A live grenade. Right here in our bar.
I can't prove it. But I know he was sent by the Wild Pines. They hire merc shit like that. Story of every strike from here to Samara.
'Cause one night, he walked straight up to the mic and said, I'm Oranese goddamn Special Forces, and I'm gonna fuck you.
Really?
Yeah, really. Had a gin and tonic up there, sang some Oranese paratrooper song, and said he's gonna...
We couldn't believe it either, but he fucking did, right there.
Wrong. He harassed women, raped one, harassed workers, threatened to kill some as a warning to kill us all if we don't open the gates, if we don't let the scabs in, if we don't bend over. And that was before.
Yeah, he said it was his favorite joint now. Started to come in here every night. Drinking, grabbing girls.
He grabbed someone?
Yeah. This girl's on the mic. A beautiful girl. Young. Gets into the second verse of Lover Lake. The fucker grabs her legs, starts screaming. Show me your cunt! Why don't you show me your cunt? Then, he gets knocked on the head with a wine bottle. Doesn't even fall down.
Aren't you fucking listening? My man is talking to you. He took care of it. They got the...
Yeah, me and Eugene got around. Aren't you fucking listening?
Aren't you fucking
Yeah, me and Eugene got a...
No. You're not getting the name. That's a Martinez matter. And I'm not discussing it with you clowns.
There's nothing you can do for now. He's stonewalling you.
Why? 'Cause I am.
What kind of mercenary?
The kind that shows up.
A live grenade.
I can't.
Cause one night he walked...
Really?
Yeah, really?
We couldn't...
Wrong. To kill us all.
Yeah.
He grabbed some...
Yeah. Show me your cunt! Why don't you show me your cunt?
What about him? Why? So am I. Now, how about you get the fuck out of my town? We hanged him up by his neck until he got real still.
Didn't they teach you anything at the cop school?
Can you give us a few more details? Did you muffle him? We haven't heard any reports of screams.
Titus, you don't have to clarify anything.
We overpowered him, dragged his unconscious body to the tree, put a noose around his neck, and hanged him till he was dead and steady.
Then we left him for seagulls, maggots, and you fucks.
With numbers, asshole. How do you think? You're right, Lizzie. I've done enough explaining here.
No, he hasn't. Not yet.
Weren't you fucking listening? The fucker came to our bar. It happened right here.
Titus is solid as a rock, and so are a few others. But... a single sentence would wear him out. He can't take the length of the questioning. Keep it going long enough, and he'll crack.
No.
Of course he's having trouble breathing. Just look at how fucking fat he is.
Fuck off, Shanky. Angus is a powerful guy. All muscle.
Keep your eye on this powerful guy. Sooner or later, he's going to break like a piece of twig.
And fuck you, too, Copper. Picking on Angus like this. We're done with this schoolyard shit. And just so you know...
This one is a stone wall. You won't get more out of them about the night of the murder. Not yet.
With numbers, asshole.
No, he hasn't. Not yet.
Weren't you fucking listening? The fucker came to our bar.
No.
Of course he's...
Fuck off.
Keep your eye on this powerful guy. Sooner or later, he's going to break like a piece of twig.
Like what, Copper? Yeah, lawman. Why don't you?
Not in the arresting mood?
A fearful readiness, like an electrical charge. Right by your side, the lieutenant keeps his hand away from his holster. You hear the nylon of his coat hiss as he steps closer.
Look, Coppers, I know you think you're doing your job here, but there are 7 of us, and 2 of you.
That's an Easter 50, a Ziemsk-made monstrosity. It'll blow your head clean off.
The little guy? You're the little guy now.
So, little guy, you had some questions?
Yeah, little questions.
Nothing. Your investigation here is done. Leave Martinez, go back to your stations where you belong.
I think we're going to stick around, thanks. Some things don't add up here, Titus. I've done this job for long enough to know that people don't just confess to first-degree murder, even if it is a group responsibility.
Good luck with that. You've heard everything a rent-a-cop is gonna hear from us, real law officials. You're lucky you didn't get a beating.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below.
Right to work! Right to work! Shame on you! Things are busy enough. You're going to waste less of my time?
The hulking man oozes stark skepticism.
What's it to you? No, don't think we've met before. I came to help out. people. We're all workers, right? Workers stick together. Came from the eminent domain, Jamrock. Backgrounds in odd jobs, heavy lifting, cargo haul. Worked at Territorial. Ring a bell? We're done here. I have a strike to break. An old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island, pointing toward the sea. It looks as if it's been a silver plaque. As you look up, you notice something with someone shot him in the heart.
Okay. Well, Martinez is riddled with bullet holes. Why not?
The king stands high up. Someone.
Okay. Well, Martinez is riddled. Why not?
The king, a silver. As you look up, someone shot him in the.
Okay. Well, Martinez is riddled with bullet. Why not?
The king stands high up. Someone shot him in.
Okay. Well, Martinez is riddled with bullet. If we connect, I've made an.
The king stands high above you. The woman still has her eyes fixed on the photograph. In her, no response. Wherever this, no response.
Now it's turning into a kind of a snow limbo, man. What's on your mind? He ain't one of us drivers.
It's easy to see he's telling the truth. He's kept his nose out of the dark stuff.
Analyzing the fundamental structural and psychological condition. A sense of surprise there ain't more bodies hanging from more trees. Oh, high-grade narcotics, illegal firearms, stuff like that. Ha! No, I'm joking, my man. Found runs at night. They usually get shipped to Grodd in the Occident. Though we've been making headway in the Il Moran market lately. We're pals and all, but I can't just free...
There's no denying it. Your body needs to feel the touch of some good...
This rockin' beauty. Sure is. Like a rash you can't get rid of. Neat. For carrying large quantities of cargo a long distance. These found... This rockin' beauty. Sure is. Like a rash you can't get rid of. You interested in heavy-duty cargo machinery? Yeah, it must be. Your job's to know all these little things, isn't it? Well, my job is to deliver tracksuit trousers.
The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
Nope. Don't. Some of the other drivers.
Yup. Nothing wrong with that statement. Your senses have nothing to...
You could also check the kiosk down the street.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
As always, it's DJ Mesh and Fellatio, and you're listening to...
A flock of seagulls takes off nearby. Startled by the right away, the lieutenant reaches into the cabin and turns off.
Someone must have been messing with the radio, or maybe it picked up a random frequency. You wanted a prime line, right? Oh, is that what it was called? Nothing to get into, really. But sure, let's focus on the important things.
This is Precinct 57. Can I connect you to someone? Of course. What is her number, officer?
Yes, hold on. Her number is 005.
Received. Hold on, officer.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi slowly begins to tap a little rhythm with his right foot.
Officer, I have Sylvie Malaika on the line for you. Yes, hello? Oh, right. Hello, officer. What can I do for you?
There is no resentment in her tone. She wants you to ask her out. No question about it.
You mean, why did I leave the bar? Honestly, I'm not really comfortable discussing it with you, sir. Let's just say I left because I needed to get away from someone. You know who? Maybe, I don't know. I just know I have to take some time off, right? You mean, why did I leave the bar? Maybe, I don't know. No, not me. What? Of course it bothered me. But I thought the Union already knew about the corpse. No one calls the police. The Union would get angry. You know, what the Union says goes. People listen to them and they take care of their own, which is like everyone here. Okay. I didn't want to get in trouble with the others.
Push her further. Show her the error of her ways.
The other people who live around here. Local people, You don't live here. You don't understand. Squealing is frowned upon here. Everything is dealt with. Please, I just didn't want any trouble. I didn't know I had to report it. I thought someone would take him down eventually.
The fucking nerves on her. Trying to hide behind weakness. You're a god. An angry but just god.
Hey, if you cannot restrain yourself, then I'll be handling the interviews from now on, and you can quietly take notes. Fine. But know that I don't approve of such gratuitous...
Breathing on the other end suggests that Sylvie is still on the line. She heard everything.
What? Of course it bothered me. But I thought the Union... No one calls the police. You know... What? Okay.
Push her further. Show her the error.
The The other people who live around here. Look, you don't live... Please, I just didn't want any trouble. The other people who live around here. You don't live here. You don't... Please, I just didn't want any trouble. I didn't know I had to...
The fucking nerves on her. Trying to hide it.
Yes, I know. It's just... Was there anything... No. I honestly don't know.
It was sooner or later, officer. It just might take a while.
What? Of course it bothered. No one calls the police. The union would get angry. You know, what the union says goes. People listen to them and they take care of their own, which is like... Okay.
Push her further. Show her the error of her ways.
I didn't...
The fucking nerves on her. Trying to hide behind...
Yes, I know. It's just... Okay. No, I don't know. It wasn't me. I haven't been out there since. I was terrified of the stench and the corpse. Yes, I know who you are. You're a police officer. The law. You told me back in the whirling. You told everybody, and showed us your badge. I don't need to hear about it anymore. Oh, no, I haven't, sorry.
Real policemen have uniforms too, by the way. Where's yours? Despair creeps into you, getting fat on your weakness. Whatever noble intentions you once had as a police officer, you're still coming up with sentences. That's a step up from total annihilation, right?
I don't dispute that you have been charged with protecting the people of a particularly challenging district. But poverty does not make one a loser. Poverty...
Nothing you can say would make you feel any better now. Cop gives up the detective genre for social realism. Another police officer resigned from the RCM following.
Looks like the circus left town, but the clowns are still here.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is intact. Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
As always, it's DJ Mesh.
A flock of seagulls take right away.
Someone must have been messing with the radio, or maybe picked up a random frequency. You wanted a prime line, right? Oh, is that what it was called? Nothing to get into, really, but...
This is Precinct 57. Can I connect you to someone? Just a moment.
10-4, come in, officer. Over. Okay, 10-4.
Wait. Before you say anything stupid, think it. You're going to be looking at a straitjacket if you tell everyone you lost your...
10-4, sir. I'm not hearing your question. Understood, sir. Over. Roger that. 10-10, over and out.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Of course. What is the number, officer?
Yes, hold on.
Received.
Give it a minute. She might be busy at the moment. Takes a bit.
Officer, I have... Yes, hello? Oh, right. Hello, officer. What can I do for you?
There is no resentment in her tone. She wants...
You mean, why did I leave the bar? Honestly, let's just say I left because I needed to get away from someone. Maybe, I don't know. You mean, why did I leave the bar? You know whom? Maybe, I don't know. No, not me. What? Of course it bothered me. But I thought the Union already knew about the corpse. No one calls the police. The Union would get angry. You know. Okay. I didn't want to get in trouble with the others.
Push her further. Show her the error of her ways.
The other people who live around here. Local people, I didn't want trouble. You don't live here. You don't understand. Please, I just didn't want any trouble. I didn't know I had to report it.
The fucking nerves on her. Trying to hide behind...
Yes, I know. It's just... Well, no, sorry. I don't. Not a lot of people have phones around here. Copper thieves take the wires. People don't have the money to have the cables put in again. They use the Union's phone, or...
It was someone else. We'll find them sooner or later, officer. It just might take a while.
Yeah, go on. No, I don't know. It wasn't me. I haven't been out there since. I was terrified of the stench and the corpse. Yes, I know who you are. You're a police officer. The law. Oh.
Real policemen have uniforms too, by the way. Where's yours? Right. It's better to not ask too many questions, lest people start thinking you're a cop or something.
Please, no. Not this again. Everyone saw your cool gun detective. You were trying to impress some people with it. Everyone was eating and...
Sounds like it's going to be bad. Do you really want to know?
You were waving it around in everyone's face, begging them to describe it. You said it calms you, and then you started making suicide jokes. It got pretty graphic.
People tried to back away from you, or even slip out of the door. But you screamed, "I am the goddamned law, and you have to listen to me. You are all suspects in a murder investigation." There is silence on the other end of the line.
Me neither. No idea. All I know is next you were waving around money instead, saying things like big butts cannot lie and guns can't buy money, but money can always buy guns. It almost looked like you pawned it. But believe me, I did not ask. Well, you tried to jam it down the toilet, sir, clogging it completely. After I had unclogged the toilet and retrieved the paperwork, I threw it out in the trash. I am sorry about that. Anything else, Detective?
Despair creeps into you, getting fat on your weakness. You're still coming up with sentences. That's a step up from total annihilation, right?
Yes, it can be difficult to be under...
Nothing you can... Cop gives up the detective genre.
코히임飲んじゃいけねえんだ。もうここでセーブしとこう。
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
As always.
A flock of seagulls takes off nearby. Right away.
Someone must have been messing with...
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you? Of course. What is your name?
Yes.
Receive.
Loot.
Yes, hello? Oh, right.
There is no resentment.
You mean why? You know, maybe, I don't know. You mean why did I leave the bar? Maybe, I don't know. You mean why did I leave the bar? Maybe, I don't know. No? Not me. What? Of course it... No one calls... You know... Okay.
Push her further. Show her that... The fucking nerves on her. Trying to hide behind...
Yes, I know. It's just... No, some people don't...
It was someone...
What? Of course it bothered me. No one calls... You know... What the union says goes. People listen... I don't know what to tell you, officer. I didn't call you because I... Yeah, go on. No, I don't know. It wasn't me. Yes, I know who you are. You're a police officer. The law. Oh.
Real policemen have uniforms too, by the way. Where's yours? Right. It's better to not ask.
Please, You were trying to impress.
Sounds like it's going to be bad.
You were waving it around in everyone's face.
People tried to back away from you. There is silence on the other end.
Me neither. No idea. All I know is it almost looked like you pawned it. But believe me, well, I am sorry about that. Anything else, Detective? I do hope so. Please, don't call me again. Bye.
You hear the call breaking up on the other end.
Anything else I can help you with, officer? 57's over and out.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering wheels.
少しずつあれやな。どうしようかな。
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? I'm afraid I can't say any more until we've taken care of formal protocol.
Feelings will guide the way.
I assure you, it is no small matter for me either. We all share the responsibility for disarming this situation. I hope you have a badge for me as soon as possible.
She's silent. The wind flaps the sail up. Despair creeps into you, getting fat on your weakness. You're still coming up with sentences. That's a step up from total annihilation, right?
Fuck me? Please leave the rage you have for after we finish it.
Nothing you can say would make... Cop gives up the detective genre for social realism. Another police officer resigned from the RC.
しようかな。
There he still is, looking right through you with his... Tarpaulin cloak with possible RCM markings is still caught on the railing.
チェックでっけ。
As you leap in the air, sharpening your senses. Ankles tingling from the tension, blood roaring in your ears. You are ready for your rendezvous with the cop. Martinez goes about its daily routine as you soar through the air. The loud voices of protesters mix with the engine sounds from the traffic jam. Waves crash, the corpse is dominating the yard, and the stench is nauseating. Even so far from the epicenter, it brings tears. As the concrete floor welcomes you, you realize it's been a while since you felt so alive, alert, capable. Must be the adrenaline.
I knew you could do it. My climbing down might not have been as disco as your jump, but at least we can explore the harbor.
With your feet firmly planted on the concrete, the noise of the harbor rushes back in.
Ah, 待て。でも次には進んだぞ。
An imposing combination of a punch clock and a payphone is looking down at you from the wall. A note on the side says, "Tokens unavailable." The machine swallows your coin and seems to be waiting for your next move. Your fingers run over the dial pad. 005. That's the dialing code for Revachol. 4952 and a moment of hesitation before entering the final numbers. 993. Calling. Calling. Still calling. Then.
Video Revachol, 24-hour video rental. You rent 8 and 10mm film for home use. This is Lummy. How may I help you?
The voice of a youngster on the other end sounds as enthusiastic as that of a man walking towards the gallows.
Video Revachol is a 24-hour video rental. We rent 8 and 10mm film for home use. This is Lummy. Sir, I don't know. It's a video rental. Maybe you rent videos here. No. Maybe you called to extend your rental period? Do you need to extend your rental period? If you need any further assistance, you can visit us on the corner of Voyager and Main. I can't help you over the phone. Are we done?
On the corner of Voyager and Main, a large neon sign hangs on the side of a building. Video Revachol, 24 hours. Its tiny heels tiptoeing down the road. The call is terminated by the other party. The payphone hangs mutely on the wall. On second glance, someone has forgotten to properly close one of the drawers.
It's unfortunate for the Union to just leave their paperwork lying around like this.
The drawer opens smoothly. Inside is a well-organized selection of hundreds of documents containing logistical data. 2 kinds of transactions stand out. Materials coming into Revachol from the out, and the same materials being handed over to companies inside Revachol. Kuron, Coal City, La Delta, and Jamrock are listed among the many districts where it's hard to make sense of this thicket of company names, dates, quantities, and percentages. You try to focus, but the lines are hundreds of documents containing logistical data. 2 kinds of transactions, and the same materials being handed over to companies inside. You already went through all of these. Look how blurry all the lines on these papers are. How unwieldy your own willpower is to yourself. You're like an absurdist Samaran monk, focusing through not focusing. The drawer slide.
踏める。
Rusting control panel with several knobs. 2 buttons marked Marsh and Arrête are faded with use. Marsh on, Arrête off. This is the night watchman's booth. The name on the door reads, Rene Art. Listen, it's okay to take a few minutes to yourself. Sit down and have a breather.
If you must. But please hurry. We are pretty easy to spot up here.
Nothing incriminating catches your eye. The cabinets are clean and their sparse contents meticulously organized. There's a framed photograph on the table. It's a black and white photo of a young couple out in a street fair. The man, Rene, is dressed in a Royal Carabinier uniform.
Why did you take that picture of Rene? You're really interested in that old soldier. Not sure I understand your fascination, but sure. As long as it doesn't take up a whole lot of time.
The chair is not as austere as the rest of the booth. A thin grey pillow is attached to the seat, secured to the stiles, but the drawers are empty, save for old timesheets and receipts. One small box, however, does hold some cheap painkillers. They are slightly out of... You take the painkillers. They are yours now. Oh boy, where to start? Elevated risk of dementia, mini strokes, prophet's disease, sudden death. Maybe this was a bad idea. You stand and exit the booth. This is the night watchman. control panel with several knobs. 2 buttons marked Marsh and Arrête are faded with use. It seems to Marsh on, Arrête off. With a loud grind, the crane shifts overhead, moving a massive metal container through the air. With a surprisingly quiet thunk, the harbor sleeps as the strike rages in the distance. The crane can rest again, now that its purpose has been fulfilled. Moving this container, of course. For this purpose it was built.
I can't see how that was worth the wreckers, except for seeing the crane in action, which I admit was satisfying.
The crane does not return to its original position. No screech of metal when you push the button this time. Only... Before you stands a cargo container, just one of many in the yard.
You do? Because I don't. There are a million containers here. Why are you fixating on this one? You just picked one out because you wanted to interact with a cargo container. We are not here to interact with containers. We are here to talk to the Union, right?
No reply. The knock produces a hollow ring of metal. Doesn't sound like this. No reply. The knock produces a hollow ring of... You attempt to turn the handle, to no avail. The doors to your left. The lieutenant considers your actions with some puzzlement. You attempt to turn the handle, to no avail. To your left, the lieutenant considers your actions. You're back before the cargo container. Its drawer has not lessened. You're back before the cargo container. It's...
Container, container, I'll turn you nice and red. Container, container, put the logo...
The accent is so thick, it's impossible not to notice he's Ubi, from the Vanishing Peninsula of
Container, container, used to be Wild Pines. Container, container, Everard, 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 he looks after everyone. Huh? Well, hey, I see you are not a union man, mister. Did you get lost? You're not one of them scabs, are you? I mean, I don't personally mind. Folks is just folks, you know, and folks gotta eat. Just some of the other guys don't look too kindly on the scabbing kind, if you know what I mean, mister. Oh yes, born and raised in Irish, mister. Mum had to leave my dad after he got a bit violent. Took us here to the new world. People say us Ubies are up to all sorts of trouble with sheep and other animals and whatnot. I just want you to know there was never any of that where I come from. No sir, those are just nasty rumors.
Thank you for clarifying that, sir.
Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers here. Yes I am, yes I am. So it's easier for the crane operators to spot them. Sure, mister. About what? Oh, most of the guys are down at the gates, keeping the scabs from coming in. We're on a strike. The whole union is. You don't have to work when you're on strike. Ha! We haven't worked for 2 months now.
So no one is working?
Not everyone is down there, of course. Mr. Everard is in his office, where he always is. And Jean-Luc is guarding the gate. But Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble and Everard sent them on a nice vacation. For a week or so. Oh, I'm not really supposed to talk about that. That's union business. Him and his boy stirred up something in town. Probably drank too much and got into a fight or something. I heard Mr. Everett telling them to take some time off. I guess the boys got a bit too rowdy and had to let out some steam. I don't really know the details. That's just how boys are, you know. I haven't been in a fight since I was in middle school.
Easy, Leo. Let's keep this on the hearties.
Too late. Leo's mouth is still moving, and the words are spewing forth. Words, words, and look, even more words. Now he's talking about some drunk sawmill owner who... No, he already switched.
Yes, yes. Everybody needs a job, and this is mine. I'm Leonard, by the way. Leonard Bellick. I'm like Mr. Everett's right-hand man when Mr. Edgar is out of town, and Mr. Edgar's right-hand man when Mr. Everett is away. Actually, Miss Beaufort is the right-hand man, but she's a lady.
Who is this, Miss Beaufort?
A real pretty lady with a skin like those douce sucre candy bars my missus likes so much. Them are real nice to suckle on one, but I can't listen to the radio all the time. There's so much to do around here, and I'm always busy keeping things running here. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Oh, Lizzie. She is a real sharp tool. Mr. Everett put her through some fancy school and everything, east of the river. 4 years she was gone, and when she came back, she was all fat, but she's a real nice girl. Grew up in this here neighborhood, knows everybody, and if me missus and me was to have a child, I'd be real happy if she turned out like her. But Dr. Lemaitre said so, and she knows about such things.
Yes, this place really seems to run like clockwork. Keep it up, Leo.
Well, thanks a lot. Coming from you, it means a lot. I feel some of the guys don't really get how much I bust my ass. Oh, we're on a strike.
So no...
Not everyone is, but Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble and Everett's... Oh, him and his boys stirred up something in town. Probably... No, I don't think they killed anyone. Let's better talk about something else. Titus and his boys do good... Oh, we're on a...
So no...
Not everyone... But Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble and Oh, I'm not... Him and his boys stirred up something in town. I guess the boy...
Easy, Leo. Let's keep...
I remember I was the runt of the class. The bigger boys always used to pick on me. You see, but Mr. Everett and his brother always came to help. Once they beat Old Noel, Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar are real... Oh, we're on a strike.
So no...
Not everyone is... But Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble. Oh, him and his boys stirred up something in town. Probably drank too much. Sure. How can I help you? Yes, I'm like... Actually...
Who is...
A real prick, but I can't listen to the radio all the time. There's so much to do around here.
You see disdain in the lieutenant's dark eyes when they meet yours for a moment. He does not approve of you ridicule.
Oh, mister, I do a lot more than that. I really do most everything around here. Mr. Everett said many times I'm Oh, that one. That should be empty as far as I know. Lots of containers here have nothing in them. They're just waiting to be loaded up.
Told you.
Oh, that...
Told you.
Oh, you want Mr. Everett then? He's an awfully nice fellow, he is. Him and his brother are both nice fellows. They've lived their entire lives in this here neighborhood. Guys like Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar, his brother, are real good guys. Made mad... Oh, Mr. Everett is where he always is. In his office, of course. Bye-bye now.
Before you is a walrus of a man seated behind a large desk. He looks up from his work, not the least bit surprised to see you. With great effort, he straightens himself up in his chair, yet says with a mixture of expectation and impatience, well bottled.
Welcome, Mr. Dubois, Mr. Kitsuragi. It's good of you two to stop by. Please, have a seat. I'm Everett Clare, head of the Debarders Union here in Martinez. I'd offer you my hand, but unfortunately my health prevents me from getting up. You understand?
He looks extremely comfortable. The tiny folding chair, on the other hand, looks like a torture device.
You go ahead, detective.
Whatever he has in store for you, it can't be good, he thinks. I'll do my best. Forget about that. What's with this Dubois stuff? You're getting some seriously bad vibes from that name.
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're a reasonable man, and reasonable men can be of great use to one another. So tell me, how can the head of the Debarders Union help a representative of the Revachol Citizens Militia today?
The chair you're sitting on has got to be the most uncomfortable chair in the world. It's...
Oh, by the way, I heard you got a rather rude reception from a certain Lawrence Gart. Some people have no manners, it pains me to say. This should take care of that nonsense. It should be sufficient to cover your expenses for a few days and patch over your differences with a cafeteria manager. Go ahead, take it.
Wow, that's 25 real. That's good money. You need it.
Yes, I know Lawrence. He's a real character. No union man in him. A real piece of work, that boy is. Don't mention it. But also, don't forget it. I'm just kidding, of course. Now, I'd like to set your mind at ease about one other matter. Your lost gun. Let me assure you, Union people are on it as we speak. I've got my best hounds looking for that lost gun.
His slug-like lips move, but all you hear is an echo. Lost gun. The world is swallowed by a black hole of fear. Only 2 words escape its gravitational pull. Lost and gun.
I know everything, Harry. Right now, I know that you're worried. Don't be worried. Everything's going to be all right. It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun. Local children aren't out there playing with it right now, pointing it into their own mouths. It's in a safe place.
It was loaded. There were 2 bullets in it. You always keep at least 2 barrels loaded.
Officer, we will deal with this later. We don't need Mr. Clare's help with this.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
Officer, we will deal...
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
God, you're sweating. Your knee is jerking. You're about to cry, aren't you? You're about to cry because you lost your gun and those children are gonna shoot. You want to cry? God, you're weak. Whatever you...
Mr. Dubois, you don't look so good.
What is this, Mr. Dubois? He keeps repeating. What is he trying to pull here? You need to cool the fuck down.
Mr. Dubois! Mr. Dubois! Harry! Mr. Dubois, are you okay? Can I get you a glass of water or something? Are you...
Maybe you could use your hands somehow. In a kind of throw-in motion. Like you're throwing that Mr. Dubois act right back at him. He's Mr. Dubois.
Don't be dramatic. I can see your condition isn't terminal.
What an odd demonstration of... you got me, Harry. I don't even know what. As entertaining as it was, I'm afraid we're wasting our time. And I'm...
Okay, enough. We are here to ask you some questions pertaining to a murder investigation.
Quick, here's your window. Get yourself together and ask him. It is about time to stop embarrassing yourself. Questions will help you regain some of your lost dignity.
My dear Harry, there are literally millions of containers in this harbor. I couldn't possibly remember what's in all of them. Harry, you smooth-talking son of a bitch. Time is a precious resource, and I don't have enough of it to count containers with you.
Smooth talking. Maybe that's the way to go about opening the container. You should at least try convincing it.
Oh, that's very nice. I haven't gotten around to her yet. I'm very, very busy, you see. I hope you're getting along. One thing I want to make very clear, Harry, is that this is not some kind of union versus corporation. Yes, we're all trying to do what's best for Martinez. Don't feel like you shouldn't work with her just because you and I are such good friends. I'm not a jealous guy. Vanished? Harry, the woman left her casserole in the oven and couldn't make it here in time for the voting. Oh, did I leave my casserole on? Better go home and check. The election can wait. When she got back, the whole thing was over. What do you mean, Harry? Nothing. I let him go. He's an old man, Harry. I wanted him to spend more time with his family. God knows how long he's got left. Harry! I have little people in my organization. I would never call someone a midget. Well, honestly, I'm beginning to think you're a midget, Harry. I'm only kidding, Harry. You're not a midget.
It's hard to say if he really lost his temper, or if this is another one of his tricks. This man almost never angers.
Of course, Harry. Let me just assure you one more time. It's perfectly okay. I have no interest in what she is doing, but I myself have nothing to hide. Your business is your business. Tell her about all of it. My brother's picture, my singing swordfish clock.
This is weird. Not nice weird, but okay.
Of course. Let us dispatch with the formalities. You call me Everett, I call you Harry. My God, so it's true. I didn't want to believe it, but you are a fantastic science fiction amnesiac cop, aren't you?
I think the odds of that are very low.
I assure you, there's nothing to be ashamed of, Harry. You're among friends, and the good news is... I have a big fat folder on you, Harry. I'm sure you have a lot of questions to ask.
Don't trust him. For all you know, Dubois might be his name. You need to confirm this.
I'm sure you had some concerns you thought I might be able to address. And you were probably right. I can.
It's just a brown folder. You can't make out what's written on it.
Are you trying to tell me you've gotten hold of some of our documents?
Mr. Kitsuragi, would you mind? Me and Harry are talking about his lost identity right now. It's Harry. Harry Dubois.
Harry Dubois.
No, I'm really not. You are Harry. And I can work with you, Harry. Now, what else can I do for you? But of course, Harry. Your precinct is the 41st and you live in Jamrock. You're a Jamrock boy. A long way from home, but that's okay. Family? Harry, you're not a family man. There's not one peep of family in here. Unless you think you're a family man. Do you strike yourself as a family man, Harry? Well, yes. I'm sure you're going to make one little boy or a girl very happy and proud one day, Harry. Family? That's why I like you, Harry. A good man knows both his strengths and his weaknesses, and you, my friend, you are one of the all-time greats. Harry, you're not simply a cop, you're a star. A bright shining star in the drab law enforcement sky, outshining all other stars. You're a superstar. Of course I do, Harry. And I'm gonna help you shine. I'm gonna put you on all the big stages. Your name in giant neon letters. Harry Dubois. Harry, you're not simply a cop. You're a... Nonsense, Harry. You lit up this container when you walked in here. You're my golden boy. Ah, this? My friends in your organization gave it to me, Harry.
I find that very suspicious.
I'm afraid this is meant for Union eyes only, Mr. Kitsuragi. I'm sure you understand. Please continue, Harry.
As you look at the folder, Everard covers it with his hand and pats it. He's hiding it from you because it's not a real RCM folder. It's just another one of those brown folders you saw in the file cabinet.
Okay, Harry, you got me. This is from the Census Bureau, not the RCM. Those Census Bureau people are absolutely corrupt. You should do something about them.
He got the name from the Census Bureau, and everything else from your actions here in Martinez.
Yes, Mr. Kitsuragi from the Census Bureau. Like I said, now I'm actually a very busy man. So is there anything else I can do for you, Harry?
A pity. The mystery of you will have to remain a mystery for the time being.
Yes, that's what I said. Try to keep up, okay? Let's move on. Harry, honestly, I'm just relieved you didn't get a hernia. A man your age... Yes, Harry. You are obviously in peak physical condition, and I salute both your initiative and your physical prowess. Very impressive, Harry. Very impressive. Anyway, I assure you, I am a very well-informed man. Information reaches me before I even get the chance to request it. Yes, your lost gun. My best men are on it. They're turning every stone, searching every playground, asking kids, your gun will be found, Harry. Let me assure you of that. It's just a matter of time and...
The only way to find it seems to be working with him. He might even be holding your gun hostage.
Yes, thank you for the hot tip regarding your lost gun, Harry. My men have indeed factored in that you pawned it. Now please, let the professionals do their job. Kick back, Harry, relax. I have great guys on this. You focus on what's important, building our relationship for the good of Martinez. Damn it, Harry, that's exactly what it means. I'm only kidding, of course.
He is not.
Of course. I understand. We help you, you help us.
course. That's your main thing here. That's why you're in Martinez. I know everything that goes on around here, and I would love to help. I mean, it's no secret that the lynching is connected to the strike. So much to talk about. Honestly, it's been weighing on me so heavily. I understand you need to interview me. But there's a thing that's been keeping me up at night. I want to talk about the hanging. I mean, if we could just calmly talk, exchange information...
Yes, that sounds good.
But I can't think straight with this thing weighing on me. You're police officers, aren't you? I have a crazy idea. You guys are basically door-opening machines. Incredibly talented at opening doors. And I'm sure you're going to open this one with flying colors, Harry. This really is very simple and...
Does this jiggling ooze think he's going to use you? He's got another thing coming. Play his game, son, with your eyes peeled. He's going to slip up, and when he does, you're going to come out on top.
Harry, my dear friend, I am what people call a local bigwig. I know everything that goes on in Martinez. Harry, I'm a very busy man, and more importantly, I don't have that extraordinary physique you do. You look like you could run a...
You want to send someone a message that the police are working for you.
I repeat, I'm a very, very busy man, Mr. Kitsuragi. Oh, no one's. It's just a weasel. A weasel lives there. Nothing for you to worry about. A loud blabbering weasel. When weasels feel no one is watching, they start acting foolishly. Just go there, unlock the door, and leave it open. It's been such a burden on me, Harry. I just want this to be over so I can discuss business with you. Fantastic, my friend. Just let me know when it's done and we can take our friendship to the next level. You can get the key from Manana. He's down by the gates. Manana's like a free agent in the Union. Special operations. Hardened socialist. A real free thinker, too. He'll tell you precisely where the door is. One last thing, Harry. Just open the door. You don't need to go in or anything. I just want that weasel to come home and see the unlocked door. Great! You want to bounce something off your old friend, Mr. Clare, right? Well, let's hear it, Harry. Yes, yes. Low-balling, of course.
His expression makes it clear. This is childish and irresponsible behavior.
Absolutely, Harry. What's on your mind? Wait. You need this to get in and out through the gate. Here, you're one of us now. A real red and white Union man. Take care, Harry.
Rigorous self-critique. Here it is. Hard facts from the man you are. You once jerked off in the locker room and were caught.
バカでかいコギって。全額ありがとうございます。よし。少しは進んできたぞ。
Mr. Dubois, a pleasure as always. You don't have to sit. See you soon, Debardeur.
Before the cargo container. Its draw has not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems to you attempt to turn that. To your left, the lieutenant considers your actions. A rusting control panel. No screech of metal. No screech of metal. The file cabinet stands steady as ever, and the unlocked drawer slides out. The drawer slides.
Your race descent has only worsened since I last saw you. You have really let yourself go. Don't be vulgar. White or not has got little to do with this. The race enigma runs much deeper than that. Mr. Clare is a man of vision and means. Also, to serve is noble. It takes discipline. Of course you are. Above all, rampant multinational finance still reigning offshoots of the semen. I am not surprised you enjoy it so much. This has happened to many of the side products of the inevitable culture. We are the future. I am a descendant. The narrow good.
I think this racist is better than the last, but the next racist will be the really good one.
That is understandable. The previous racist was probably a...
These cops are just jealous, Jean-Luc.
I think this racist is better than the last, but there always is.
Race is reality. I am not the first line of defense. I am the last. In addition, these so-called Hardy boys are an effeminate clique of bodybuilders. The Hardy manlets are on the pay of the company. I answer to the union alone. And I do this out of race. Now leave me be. I must luxuriate in the company of my woman.
Ask what kind of races there are first. Classification is core to this stuff.
Do you?
There are 3 categories of race. Type A, the heroic races. Type B, the servile races. And those are the Simonese, the Areopagite. A receding genetic pool has led the Mound on reprehensible street parades. In Mound cities like Stadskanal, you know them by the names of their nation state. The Mound are proof that you can have too much.
Colorful tassels are, let's be.
The Vespertines and Messenians of Vesper and Messina. The other large Mondial civilization, the Mesk, are too yellow and yet overproduction of sebum, as proven by the Mound and the Mesk. Occidental type A is in retro. The Areopagites are the master race of the Ilmaran, the indigenous people of this, the Insulindian archipelago. The Simonese inhabit the Areopagites are asleep. The latter is perfect. Type B are the
Koikos of Grad, Yugo, Zhimsk, Shest et al. Are what you would call white, officer. In a suspect.
To an untrained eye, the Koiko appear white. Pinkness is a racial quality that has to be earned through sense. The Koiko, the Count, the Revacholians, halfway between.
Is it 82,000 years that we've been recording history? You have very little idea of what is happening. But that seems a little off.
The mysteries of the people of this planet are a tragedy that has played out countless times over, like a fever dream of skin, hair. The revolution came to Ravachol. The revolution, enough of Tibet mediocrity. Tips CF are a museum of failed chimeric experiments. Lesser races like the mosquito, a grotesque. The mosquito is born sterile, like a donkey. Then there is the Simino Koiki type. The Koiko, as you know, this will never. But enough. It is cruel to entertain ourselves with the deformities of type.
The Koikos of Grad. You...
Yes. Pinkness. The Koik. Revacholian.
Is it 82,000 years that we've been recording history? You have very little idea of what is happening. But that scene...
The revolution. The revolution. Enough of type.
The Koikos of Grad.
Yes. Pinkness. The Koik. Revachol.
Is it 82?
The mysteries of the people of this planet are a tragedy that has played out. The revolution. The revolution. Enough of type mediocrity. You understand nothing. To solve the great race enigma, you have to first ask yourself, what is... You need to internalize what you have heard here today, then return to me. This clarity does not come instantly. I cannot possibly imagine what else we have to discuss, Tibere Vacholian. Your love for disco music and venereal disease? Racists are...
Welcome to Revachol. You hear him yell.
I am not like them.
True. That is a noble cranium. But you got a hard noggin yourself.
Correct. There is nothing funky about them. There are 3 categories. I cannot possibly imagine what else we have to discuss.
It's clear you like the hard stuff, Bruta. Evening falls. The time has come to take the vows are blood and flesh. Lower intestine. The term is metabolic and circular fascism, Brota. Many things, but it's mostly about trusting your gut. Who does your gut tell you is the source of Revachol's problems? Yes, them, but women. Women, men of war. You don't like them. They're insane. Their idiocy needs to be scrubbed off this world with rubbing alcohol. That's what fascism boils down to. The rest is also important. But the main thing is that women need to know their place. Many things, but it's mostly about trusting your gut. Yes, them, but women. That's what fascism boils down to. The rest of many things, but it's yes, them, many things, but it's mostly yes, that's what fascism. Many things, but it's mostly. Quit stalling, Bruiser. We're women. That's what fascism boils down to. Stomach truth. You're having a stomach truth. Because you've said the hard things that others won't say, the good things, you've said them many times. Okay, yes, let's call it that. Good thinking. You're going to keep your views, right? Keep your views, Brota. For the nation, smart. Best not to mention the women too often. That's why you're the head and I am the stomach. Of course you are, Bruta. Of course.
The unpromising race pupil returns.
So, how'd you like our harbor? It's but a rest area on the path leading across open plains. Right. You talk to the boss, eye to eye, like men of the plain. If you have any more questions, I'm set to talk. A key, huh? What door is this key supposed to open? Oh, say no more. I got you. I got that key right here. And let me tell you, it's mighty good of you to help us out during the strike. Working class solidarity, as they say. I'm not so sure about the hustle grind, but you know, it doesn't matter. It's a good thing you're doing. Thanks. What you're looking for is a basement door behind the greenhouse. That's behind the whirling in rags. That's all I know.
Okay, but where did you get the key from?
The janitor gave it to me. Nice fella. We talked about life and things. None of this mess we're in. This jiving and juggling. What's it for? To feed our children, I guess. I'm more of a philosophical dock worker. I like to talk about the big picture stuff.
Ask him about the Hardy Boys.
Los Ardis? They're an independent militant group. A bit too high-strung, but it comes with the responsibility. They're sort of like you. Preserve the rule of law and all that. Except it's ever...
Right to work! Right to work! Shame on you! Things are busy enough. You're going to waste less of my time?
The hulking man oozes stark skepticism.
Honest men and women with rights. We came here to help the harbor.
I have a question. Why do all these men follow your leadership?
You think they follow because I'm big and loud? No. They follow the rules of the market. The rules of the... We were promised work. We'd be in there, working, if the bastards hadn't shut the gates. Main gate's locked. Would take heavy ordnance to bust it open, and try to get in through the secretary's office. Door's locked. The guard's blocking the way to the access panel. And I don't mean the scrawny mess punk either. I mean head measurer. Or whatever he is. Yeah. Giant on the bridge that kicked your ass. Head measurer. Won't let the workers by. The access panel is right behind him. Bad. Standing on a narrow bridge, he's got a strategically advantageous position. I don't know how the Union has a trained killer up there. Like civilized folk, you mean? These native fucks don't understand.
It would be better for the neighborhood if you went home. At least...
No! They will give up eventually. Or get drunk. We were promised work. We'd be in there, working, if the main gate's locked. And I don't mean the scrawny mess punk either. Why don't you go arrest them instead? I'm sure that...
It would be better for the neighborhood.
No! They will get...
よし、ここまでにするかな。
I help you? Another thing. Great. I love those. Yes. Got the 20 real? You must be kidding, right? Yeah, good one, officer. Real funny. But this establishment only takes cash. Now, do you have that cash, Mr. Novelty Check Man?
Friet, near the gate. They'll exchange it.
Then why are you wasting my time?
一手が必要なのか。
The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says, your bottles clunk into the machine, and the money appears with a satisfying jingle. You're a richer man now. Do you know what you should do with that? The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says, 1 bottle equals... A small cabinet on the wall is filled with various medicine bottles, nasal sprays, and blister packs. They all bear the Saint Baptiste Pharmaceutics logo.
Is this about the questions again? Because I don't really know anything. Wow. I didn't know you worked for the union, sir. Anything else I can do for you?
Blow the whole thing on speed and gin right now. Speed and gin. Great combo. Ask some local dealers, maybe.
A warehouse? I don't know. Maybe. I don't really care.
She looks up from under her brow.
Fine. For it doesn't have a warehouse. Just a little back.
Can I help you? Can I help you? Got the 20 real? Good. You got the room for the night, but remember, you'll need another 20 real tomorrow.
How could anyone forget, asshole? Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here. There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. This must be it. The basement door is weather-worn. The copper nails holding the upholstery in place. The royal lion, Guillaume's kitten. This knocker will last a lifetime. The leather upholstery is worn and rough against your jaw. You don't. In fact, it's oddly subtle. You try to be as silent as you can. It takes a bit of rattling of the handle to loosen the bolt. Finally, the door unlocks with a small clack. Thoughts race through you. Good job. Let's go now. As you hold the open door, you can feel the air moving. A little. A row of mugs sits on the shelf. Each one depicts a human figure. A dark-skinned woman grinning amidst mysterious symbols. A broad-shouldered man shoveling potatoes, and others. A little ring. Though cheerful, the images on the ceramic make you vague. The lieutenant picks up one of the mugs, then puts it back down.
I'm beginning to feel better about breaking into this man's apartment.
Yes, your broken mug friend would feel very much at home here. The same humor, the same mocking lines.
There's the missing tin soldier. Whoever lives here might have used the Whirling's container to dump his trash. And now they've drawn the ire of the Union. The plot thickens, as they say.
Perhaps you should break into apartments more often. A little ring. Though cheerful, the images on the ceramic make you vaguely uncomfortable. The lieutenant picks up one of the mugs, then puts it back.
I'm beginning to feel better about breaking into this man's apartment. Who knows? I'm not expecting too much from this clothes in the trash lead either way. It might turn out to be some random local matter, but still, a nice coincidence.
事件が進み始めた、なんとなく。だけど今日はここまで。